I'm Armando Guerra Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:28, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call. And Board of Trustees, although a quorum is not necessary for board workshop, we will acknowledge your presence. And when I call your name, say present or here when I mention your name, please. Jackie Susteta? Dr. Jaime?
Here.
Mr. Nieto?
Here.
Mr. Los Santos?
Here.
Andrew? Is Jesse Coach Trevino, are you on? And myself, Armando Guerra. Item 2, public comments. Any public comments, Carlos?
There are none.
There are none. Go to item 3, discussion on pharmacy benefit management, PBM services. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we brought this up as a discussion item. We have Mr. Roger Garza, who's joining us virtually today, and Mr. Michael De La Rosa.
Good evening, President Cuellar, Superintendent Canales, and members of the Board of Trustees. Before you, we're going to give you a briefing a little bit on what we discovered on our RFP. We recently solicited proposals under RFP 210706 for pharmacy benefit manager. The purpose of the solicitation was the fact that we had not gotten a contract adjudicated with our current vendor. So we solicited proposals. On the next slide, what we're going to attempt to do is to give you, kind of navigate the board through the process of how pharmacy benefit management world works. As we may not recall, but we have some individuals here at the district. Back in 2010, we actually detached all our contracts away from each other to better able to control all our costs as the pharmacy world was beginning to escalate our medical and pharmaceutical costs. In the next slide, we're going to give you a definition, a little bit of what you're going to be looking at as we move forward. We have the average wholesale price. This is the price that's set by the pricing agency Medispan. This is what pharmacy benefit managers use to be able to charge you for the ingredient cost. You also have another term called MAC, the maximum allowable cost. This term is used strictly for generic drug pricing. And what they do is they'll give you a list of the actual maximum cost that they'll charge you for generics. These are the equivalent to name brand drugs. So we try to be able to control as much as we can here because this is a very loosely written pricing control. The other abbreviated acronym that you'll see is NDC, which is a National Drug Code. This is a code that's used by the FDA to determine or identify the quantity of drugs that the individuals are dispensing or the providers are dispensing. And typically, sometimes they take generic drugs and they'll use an NDC code that's almost equivalent to a brand name drug. The other term that we're going to describe to you is the spread cost. Now, this is a very important topic here because this is what is reimbursed to the pharmacy by the PBM and what is identified to the district that they paid. In some cases, you may see a 5% differential, 10% differential, And in some cases, you can see as much as 50% differential in the cost of the prescription drugs. So they can actually tell the district that they have to reimburse ABC Pharmacy $500 when in fact they only did $150. The other term that we try to identify is the ingredient cost. This is the actual cost that it costs to dispense it and these drugs to the providers. This is what basically you're buying as a bulk, if I can use that term. And one of the other important factors is pharmaceutical rebates. These are manufacturer incentives. These are credits that they give pharmacy benefit managers to be able to dispense them to clients such as the district, to be able to educate employees on the importance of taking the prescription drugs and to basically lower the cost is what we use this incentive for. In our next slide, you'll see a little bit of what PBMs are. Pharmacy benefit managers are actually third-party administrators that are contracted to adjudicate all your pharmacy claims. They basically started back in the late 70s, and they've gotten some industry because they basically distribute all the drugs across the country. So they were loosely regulated in the 80s, even worse in the 90s. We've taken a little bit more control Congress has and some of the legislatures have to be able to regulate just a little bit. However, there's still very, very unregulated markets. The intent was to provide, when we did the transition, was to provide a transparent RX program, and that's what we've been able to do. And then, however, as costs are escalating, so is the pharmacy benefit costs as well. PBM contract, but their responsibilities are to contract pharmacies and reimburse them according to what our ingredient costs are and our contractual outline allows them to do. They'll contract with Cardinal Health Network, CVS, Walgreens, and other specialty networks that we're going to be talking about a little bit later in another slide. What they then will do, they'll reimburse the provider and then credit the district is what they call an AWP, manufacturer cost minus a percentage, in some cases 14, 16, or 18% for brand name drugs. The pharmacy benefit managers, again, as we said earlier, create their own MAC pricings. They'll charge you any additional rate. If I can describe it, an aspirin, a generic aspirin can be made for 1 penny per aspirin, but in some cases they sell it to clients for 5 cents or 10 cents per aspirin.
It's better.
To look at a little bit more close to how it works, when an employee will go to the pharmacy through the employer's program, and the benefits manager will then obtain a cost factor. So when they get their prescription drugs, they pay the $20 or $30 copay, and the pharmacy benefit manager will then bill the amount that was supposed to have been paid to the pharmacy. There's a cost associated for transition that cost. Typically it's a fixed fee. In some cases, we just have to always monitor the cost to make sure that it doesn't escalate as you start pampering those bills. What our intent here, members of the board, is to try to take a very expensive drug on the next slide. We're trying to take a drug that typically would be charged $75 and basically apply it as a $15 prescription drug. So we know it costs $15, but it's charged at $75. So we're trying to reduce the amount of spread, if I can say it that way, down to where it's affordable both for the employee and the employer who's providing the bulk of that service. So what we are attempting to do here, in this case, reduce our spread costs so that we don't have to constantly be paying that amount of money. So what are the key factors that we look at? Number one is the contractual language. This is the framework of your program because it has to have favorable terms. If the terms are not favorable, you're going to be paying an extraordinary amount of money for that service. The transparency. The pharmacy spreads, as I keep saying. what exactly are they allowed to charge you throughout that contract to be able to control your costs. If the costs are too high, then it's not a transparency program. There's two types of programs. There's a transparent and a traditional. The traditional are the ones that are captive contracts that you don't get to really see what's going on inside. Those are the ones we try to avoid. We try to stay with the open, transparent modeling type of programs so that we're able to have a dashboard and we can see the cost for pharmacy to PBM. The other factors we look at is admin fees and transaction fees or any other fees that are associated to monitor the program. We try to control those costs. If the costs are relevant to the program, they can be a little bit higher, but that's the price that you pay for transparency. There's no back-end charges. They just charge you one set fee. The other item that we look at is the pharmaceutical drug rebates or credits, if we call them. In some cases, when you get too
Roger, I think you froze. Can you hear us? Cut him off.
He might have to restart him.
He's muted.
It froze.
Roger, you're muted.
can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Anyway, so the pharmaceutical rebates, again, are very important to the program. But remember, if you're getting too many rebates, that means your drug cost is escalating. So you're squeezing one end to collect the other end. So either it's too much or not enough. So we try to monitor that as closely as we can to make sure it doesn't get out of control. The other item that we're looking at is recently pending legislation, House Bill 1763 that recently passed, that's going to prohibit pharmacy benefit managers from establishing relationships with specialty pharmacies. So therefore, it's going to break up a little monopoly there, and it's going to bring it to a local level. However, your plan is not set to be able to fund in a local level for specialty drugs. Typically, you'll see it on the next slide. You'll see that specialty drugs are running approximately $5,000 to $6,000 for a 30-day supply. So you're going to have to find other potential savings. In some cases, for example, Embro, which costs about $5,800 for a 30-day script, can be obtained for half that price at $3,000. We're going to have to look for other alternatives to be able to find those savings that are involved. Otherwise, your plan is going to continue to increase at the rate of approximately 40% per year if you don't control these specialty drugs. Currently, you're running about 30–40% on specialty drug costs. And that had a lot to do with, again, with the pandemic that we had. You currently have about 279 specialty drugs that are currently being distributed. So at that rate, they can get very, very costly until we find some alternatives. After we did our initial analysis, we came up with the ranking of the top two, which is Prime Therapeutics and Araya RX. Both of them are well qualified. One of them has an incentive of more rebates and lower costs. Another one has the same rebates, higher costs, but it has more transparency. So in some cases, it's kind of like you're squeezing one for the other side. So it's balanced. If you take the balance, they both come out balanced out based on rebates, costs, and ingredient cost. If you look at the next slide, we have a little an outline of some of the projections. You have this already on your outline, but you'll see the rebate costs that are being distributed, the cost to administer the program. But again, what one utilizes as a lower cost up front has higher costs in the back end. And another one has higher costs in the upfront and lower costs in the back end. For the purpose of stop loss, you want to make sure your drug costs are a lot lower rather than the admin costs. And on the next slide, you'll see an evaluation ranking that we did. And basically, because of TA, the way TA outlines their pricing point models is based on pricing, you get one over the other. But in terms of, again, like as I say, if you balance it out versus the ingredient costs versus actual costs, they both balance out the same. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions at this time?
Mr. Garza, you mentioned that in regards to stop loss, which is preferable, lower admin costs?
Higher admin costs are
Higher admin.
preferable. Yes, sir.
And which one of these two plans has higher admin costs?
It would be
Orion.
Right.
Araya RX. Araya was here at your district about 3 years ago, maybe 4. I forget, it was way back about 3 years ago. The purpose that, because stop loss does not reimburse admin cost, so it only reimburses claim cost. So since you're covering both RX and medical, so whatever they incur as a medical cost is what you want to get reimbursed.
So in that case, Araya would be preferred in regards to that.
Yes, sir. In our opinion, the cost differential equals to the same when you balance out either the admin cost and the rebate cost, and then the ingredient cost. So they balance out the same. If you prefer to have lower admin fees and higher claim costs or reimbursements, you're basically on one over the other. But in our opinion, you want to make sure you have an opportunity to be able to seek a reimbursement from your stop loss when it happens.
Now, is one of these plans easier for employees to use? Is there benefits in regards to which pharmacies they can use, in regards to prior authorizations? The process is one of these. Does one of these plans have? Is it preferred over the other?
No, sir. They both have the same network. They both have access to the same 67,000 pharmacies across the country. They both prefer local pharmacies. The differential here is that Araya does not have a relationship with a specialty pharmacy. So we can obtain specialty pharmacies from third-party contractors because that'll apply to House Bill 1763. The other one has a relationship with a specialty pharmacy that is going to have to break up. So it's going to have to find some other alternative to be able to distribute those drugs. And if they do it locally, it's going to get too expensive for us.
So Dr. Rodriguez, to add on to Roger's comments, every employee, they go with their card, they get their meds. And that is, that's just a turnkey deal. What we look at on the back end is, of course, the administrative cost, the cost of pharmacy costs, because at the end, we're already up about, 30% from last year on our pharmacy drug spread. So the intent is to have the employee get their meds, walk in the pharmacy and walk out, while we on the back end can control the costs. And controlling the costs will keep our rates or our contributions to our health plan, as minimal as possible.
Now, what about the prior authorization process? Is that going to be an issue, in regards to timing? Is there, can it all be done electronically? Is it something that's going to take longer with one of these plans?
If we move over to Araya, then what happens over the summer is there's a file electronic that's sent to the new PBM with prior authorizations that are already in place. So there are instances where some don't get through for one reason or another. So then that's where my office intervenes and we'll see, okay, we'll get a call. Well, okay, it was accepted under this prior PBM. So then we'll have to contact the new PBM and say, go ahead and enter the prior authorization for a year because we have everything on file, any prior authorizations.
So if employees have a problem, they can reach out to you.
They call our office, yes, sir. Or the PBM or our office, yes.
So we had something before where we had a very difficult time getting supplies or medications for diabetics. Is this going to be a problem with this company or?
Either the current company, which is the finalist, or the Araya company, there shouldn't be any problems.
I mean, we had staff that went with it for as long as 3 months without medications.
That happened a few years ago. With the prior PBM that was in
You
here.
don't want to go through that again.
Oh no. So that's why they're not here anymore. And but yeah, insulin is of course life life-saving
Metformins
drugs. So.
and everything else that goes with the territory.
But we did have problems with that a few years
Yeah.
ago, and it's been remedied.
So we're not gonna have that issue.
We should not have that issue, no. I mean, if it does, again, a call to the PBM, a call to my office, and we'll get it resolved. Because sometimes things do fall through the cracks.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to ask, so I'm looking back at the summary of comparative costs, and I can see option one, which is our current, the incumbent. It's also being recommended one out of the two, and then I see Oriya. But I was hearing Mr. Garza, so he's suggesting that either one of these two is fine, and even though one has more administrative costs, that's okay, because the other plan, even though it's lower upfront, it's gonna have more charges over the plan.
The difference between
On the back end?
the difference between the two costs and why you see there's less administrative costs with the Prime Therapeutics, because if we stay with Prime Therapeutics, we're actually getting a credit back to our admin fees in lieu of actual cash into the plan. So on paper, it's going to look more expensive because we're not getting that credit for the admin fees. However, we will get the actual rebates from the pharmacy benefit manager. So instead of the actual money going to Blue Cross and then they give us credit for the admin fees, the actual cash is coming back to the district.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I'm fine.
No further questions?
Okay. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to item 4, the adjournment. The time now is 5:49. Let the record reflect that Mr. Gonzalez joined the meeting at 5:43. Okay, are we ready for the regular board meeting? Shall we proceed? This meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comment. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:50, and I call this meeting to order. Now begin roll call. Signify your presence by saying here or present when I call your name. Mrs. Jackie Sustaita.
Here.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Here.
Mr. Mark de los Santos. Here. Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Here.
Is Coach Trevillo on phone? Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of board members in attendance. Item 3, opening prayer, Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, our invocation will be delivered by Mr. Elias Trevino, Assessment and Accountability Director. Mr. Trevino, thank you.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, we come before your mighty throne of glory to honor, praise, and glorify you. Thank you for the opportunity to gather in this setting, joyful that we gather face to face. Thank you for your faithfulness, providence, and protection over the lives of our students, staff, and families. Father, we ask you to continue to bless and grant greater wisdom to our superintendent, Dr. Priscilla Canales, for her heart towards our most important resource, our students. Thank you for our board members. Bless them and their families beyond measure for their service and sacrifice for our community. Their efforts and accomplishments for the betterment of our students, I am certain, is in your memory, Lord. Father, may your will be done in our board meetings, not our will. Bless our administrators with wisdom, integrity, patience, and the physical and mental strength in the midst of these trying times. Bless us all with strong support from parents, teachers, and the community. Above all, bless all of our students with divine protection, physical and mental health, and providence. May nothing ever lack in their homes. May their homes be filled with love and support. We pray that you grant us the opportunity to see all of our students soon and that they and all our staff return safely. We ask you all this in your precious and mighty name of Jesus. And everyone says, amen.
Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance, Texas pledge. Dr. Ganang.
Our pledges will be led by Dr. Sergio Garcia, Superintendent.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Item 5, awards and recognitions. Dr. Ganang.
We have none this evening. We have a lot to celebrate, but no specific ones that we'll highlight this evening.
Okay. Item 6, proclamations.
We don't have any proclamations either.
Item 7, public comments.
We have one.
Go country dancing now. It's nice to see each of you again, and I hope you're all doing well.
Okay. Identify yourself and then give us your address.
My name is Joel Nava. I'm an administrator at Weslaco High School, and my address is 410 East Austin, Weslaco, Texas.
Okay. I'm going
There's
to read
diff-
something here to you very
sorry?
quickly.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Now,
Yes.
Dr. Now, and then you'll have the floor. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice to this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board, unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Do we have an official timekeeper? Mr. Nieto?
Yes, sir.
He'll let you know at the 4-minute mark when your time is up, Dr. Nava.
Thank you,
now have
sir.
the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. The purpose for my visit today is simply to inform you about a committee we formed at Weslaco High, the WHS 100 Committee, which is focused on developing celebrations throughout the year that help promote and acknowledge our centennial milestone. I'm proud to announce that we had developed solid plans for various events before the school year was over. Those events include a 5K fun run, the design of a mural, and a performance by band alumni, just to mention a few. The video that I'm about to show you helps relay the message out to the community. And with your permission and blessing, after tonight, it will be made public and available for publicizing through the various social media outlets that WISD oversees. If I may.
Take me home to the place I belong.
Weslaco is where this guy wants to go. The 2021-2022 school year marks Weslaco High School's 100th year of existence. you can look forward to celebrations all year long. Graduation night for the class of 2022 promises to be spectacular. An alumni band reunion for November is already being planned. A 5K fun run will take place on September 18th, almost to the day of Weslaco's first ever day of class. A giant-sized mural commemorating this once-in-a-lifetime event will fill the 11 windows of the FCR. All of these events and many more will be kicked off by a pep rally. To track these and all other celebrations, follow us on social media platforms or visit WHS homepage to stay informed. Celebrating a century of Panther Pride.
Thank you, sir. That's the video that we wanted to make known to you, the school board, and to everybody else who's here, and that we want to publicize to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Dr. Nava.
Before we go into the superintendent report, do we have the audit team
No, sir.
that's going to talk to us?
No,
So we don't have to change the order of agendas. And then we can go into item 8, the superintendent's report. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we have 4 items this evening, COVID-19 updates. We do have Dr. Oates here, who we met with last week to talk about vaccinations. We have the optional flexible school day program that's part of our SASE program. We have the 2020-2022 employee retention stipend that was requested from the survey. And we also have learning loss activities with ESSER 3 that the team has been working hard on to come up with the best plan possible. So we're going to start off with Dr. Maria Oaks, and I believe she is here in person.
Okay.
Dr. Oaks, welcome. Good evening. We thank you for being here and for being our partner. You're always a call away. We appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Hi, it's my turn?
It is your turn. Are you
Go
ready?
ahead, Doctor. You
Okay.
have the floor.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting me.
Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Okay. So today, I'm here to present the safety plans we have in place going forward into the fall season, as well as to talk a little bit about the COVID vaccine. Since the pandemic started last year, our school has had strong safety measures in place, from thermal scanning to the use of desk shields to regulating the flow of traffic in places like the cafeteria and the corridors, to hands-free water stations, to access to sanitizers, Lysols, to having educational posters and flyers in key areas. Each campus has checklists that they go through to ensure compliance to these measures. Now, we know that these measures work because in the past year, there has not been one case of community outbreak of COVID in our schools. This, despite the fact that more and more students have been coming in for in-person learning since earlier this year, and also despite the fact that the mask mandate has been lifted since last month. Our mitigating measures are working. In addition, we are installing air purifiers in each classroom. Being that COVID-19 is primarily spread by a respiratory droplet, these air purifiers are expected to scrub the air not only of infectious droplets, but also respiratory viruses and bacteria. We are currently awaiting further guidance from the CDC and the TEA regarding the best practice for screening students en masse, as well as finding a good solution on how to accommodate students in the classroom, given the physical distancing restrictions we currently have. Our team continues to brainstorm to find creative solutions to these unique challenges. But taking everything into consideration, I feel that we are ready to deal with this coming school year. Moving forward, we have a vaccination campaign that not only encourages students greater than 12 years of age to get the vaccine, we are also hosting a weekly vaccination clinic. It is open to the public Wednesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 8 p.m., and we encourage the public to avail of it. Now, both the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend that anyone over the age of 12 who is eligible to get the COVID vaccine, get vaccinated. In addition, I think it is important for me to emphasize which group of kids are considered high risk, because we don't want to miss those. Just as we focus on giving the vaccine to high-risk adults, we want to do the same for the children. So I mentioned in my previous lecture that I discussed this issue with my pediatric infectious disease colleague. I just want to repeat that according to him, here in the Valley, the #1 health risk for a pediatric patient aged 0 to 18 for having a severe case of COVID is obesity, particularly if this child is a teenager. So for all those parents watching this, if your child fits into this profile, please get them vaccinated. Now, if your child is less than 12 years of age, they are not old enough to get the vaccine. So my next best suggestion is for the parents to get the vaccine. This concept is called cocooning in pediatrics. We use the same strategy to prevent pertussis and influenza in babies. That is, when the child is too young to get the vaccine, we recommend that the adults around them get the vaccine in order to create a protective layer around the child, just like a cocoon. So now let's talk about the vaccine itself. When I counsel parents, I emphasize that the #1 reason we give this vaccine, to adults at least, is so that they don't get a severe case of COVID. So if I give you the vaccine, my best hope is that you wouldn't get COVID at all. But even if you do, I'm pretty certain that you will not end up in the ICU or die from it. Having the vaccine also makes it less likely that you'll pass this infection to those around you. The only catch is that you do need to complete get 2 doses of the Pfizer or the Moderna to get adequate protection. If you only get 1, you only get 50% protection. I cannot guarantee anything. If you do get both, protection goes up to 95%. Now, the most common reason I hear on why people don't complete their 2-dose series is that they're afraid they'll get sick from the vaccine. So let me tell you what I did for myself. This will be our little case study. I got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in part because of the single dose schedule appeals to me. I figure I'd endure the side effects just once by getting a single dose vaccine. Now, because I am a cautious person by nature, I didn't get it late last year when the vaccine first rolled out. Instead, I got it around 6 months into the rollout period when there was a little bit more safety data available, just because I was more comfortable doing it that way. So I finally got the vaccine. I got it in the morning. By the afternoon, I had a 102 fever, body ache, headache. I felt bad enough that I had to close the office the next day. But despite that, I do it all over again because I feel it's a small price to pay to not end up in the ICU if I do get COVID in the future. The only thing I would do different, I think, would be to get the vaccine on a Friday, perhaps, instead of on a weekday, so I didn't have to miss work. So to summarize, whether you get the Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson, all these brands are effective in preventing serious COVID illness. Whether you're a pediatric or an adult patient, if you are high risk, you really need to get vaccinated. If you get the Pfizer or the Moderna, make sure you complete the series. Now, don't let the side effects turn you off. The really awful adverse events like anaphylaxis or blood clot, or in the case of kids, myocarditis, so far seem to be rare. Of course, we will continue to monitor the safety profile. Now, if you're cautious like me, or are just on the fence about getting the vaccine right now, I mean, I totally get it. And I'm going to suggest maybe that you could consider getting it by the fall or later this year, just because, I mean, I expect that there will be more exposure to COVID at that time. And by then, I imagine that we should have more safety data available if that's what you're concerned about. So to end this presentation, I want to reassure parents that we are doing everything we possibly can to keep your kids safe in the coming school year. But we can't do it alone. We need parents to continue to monitor their kids and not send them to school if they are sick. And we need students to follow our safety guidelines while they are in school. It will take all of us in the entire community doing their own little part to make our transition into the next school year safe and successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oak.
Thank you.
The optional flexible school day program, Dr. Canales?
Thank you, Dr. Oaks.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Cantu will be presenting on this item. Dr. Cantu.
Hi, good evening. I'm not controlling it. Great. Never in control anyway. So optional flexible school day is a, I think you went too far. Who is controlling it? So I can. Okay.
No, did anybody have a question?
No, I'd just like to, if anything, I'd just like to say thank you. I know that you've been going to our campuses, looking at our, the procedures and policies that we had in place. And I know you presented to the board many times throughout this whole period, starting from last year. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Oaks.
I didn't acknowledge that, Dr. Oak, but forgive my trying to speed up things, but your presence is very much appreciated. And I did want to ask a question though. Now that we have a professional,
I'm not familiar with these meetings.
we've taken the initial vaccination, like the other flu vaccines. Is this something that's going to be an annual thing, or do we still not know?
That's a good question. Okay, so there's two reasons I can think of why we would need a booster. I'm thinking we're going to need a booster. So two reasons. The first reason would be, this thing mutates rapidly, the COVID-19 virus. So the plan in the future, I think, is to incorporate, more, stuff in there that would cover the variant strains. That's one cause. So in other words, they're going to modify the vaccine to cover more of the variants. The exciting thing that I've seen in my readings is that there's a vaccine down the pipeline where they're trying to develop one where it will cover all coronaviruses. So, because right now it's very specific to COVID-19, but there's apparently a protein that's common in all coronaviruses. If we develop that, then you'll only need that one, I think. The second reason I think that we all might need a booster is that they do studies on patients, right? So they give the vaccine, they take the blood at regular intervals. If there's evidence down the line that the immunity antibody level wanes, then they're probably going to recommend a booster. But people ask me this question, and what I say is, it's a small price to pay to get one booster, to get our lives back, for us not to end up in the ICU, to protect our loved ones, to keep going to work and keep going to school.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes, sure.
Before any others? Okay. Again, forgive my getting you off real quick, but
Oh, no,
we are very appreciative of you being here. Dr.
sure. It's an honor to be here
Thank you so
anytime.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Cantu?
So I wanted to continue with the optional flexible school day program. The state knows it as optional flexible school day program. In Weslaco, we call it SASSY or SASSY, but that stands for Student Attendance Success Initiative. So it's an allowance that the state has for us to take an alternate form of attendance. And it's really geared for students that are high risk of dropping out, or they'll be denied credit because they have too many absences in their classes. So if the state closes the door on them because they have too many absences, then this flexible school day program opens a window for us to be able to still continue working with the students and get them to change their ways so that they can then be successful. So the history of OFSDP, or Optional Flexible School Day, back in 2009, I believe, is when we started, or it was approved, and Weslaco's been participating since 2010, 2011, so that's 10 or 11 years. In November, though, of 2018, we took it campus-wide. It wasn't any longer just for secondary students. We also implemented it with elementary students. House Bill 5 does say that if they don't have 90% attendance, they won't get credit unless they complete a principal's plan or they go through an attendance committee. So that opened the door for us to go ahead and start with optional flexible school day, or SASSY, district-wide. So we did go and ask the state to amend our application so that we include all of the schools, and we've had that now since 2018. We had over 1,100 students that participated at the peak of pre-COVID implementation, right? So the program goals are to improve graduation rates, reduce dropout rates, improve course credits earned, improve promotion rates, and of course, attendance, very important. And like I said earlier, it provides an alternate method for us to be able to account for attendance. But just because they are in the OFSDP does not mean that they do not take the STAR test. We still need to have them tested in STAR. And just because they're in OFSDP, that does not disqualify them from UIL. So they continue being part of the school. They are students. They qualify for UIL as long as they're in good standing with their classes. So we can continue. So the application process, we need to discuss it in a meeting. Years past, we used to have a separate workshop or a public hearing and then bring it to a board meeting. Since last year, we've been able to combine it. The state did allow for us to include it in the superintendent's report and then take it as an item for discussion. So that's what we're doing right now. We'll be seeking, the first item for discussion will be to gain your approval so that we can apply. So in the application, we're looking at 400 slots for each high school, 200 slots for each middle school, and 75 slots for each elementary. But in discussing with TA, those are guideline numbers so that they can gauge how big this program might get or could be. It doesn't mean we have to have 400 per high school. It doesn't mean we have to limit it to 400 per high school. So we can always make those adjustments. So these are just an idea of what we're looking at for the state to have that. The last year of full implementation was the 1920 school year. We had 806 students in high school, 159 middle school students throughout the district, and 224 elementary students. And Andres, I believe that roughly represents about 700 additional ADA? 700 additional ADA times 7,000 is $4.9 million, right? So, you know, it's a high stakes program, and we're excited that we can implement it again at its full capacity this coming year. So we do have students that graduate as flex students or SASE students. Last year of implementation, we had 83 students from Weslaco High School, 91 from East, 52 from South Palms, and CTE had 1. But remember, those are just the seniors that graduated. We had many more that were actually participating in the optional flexible school day program. And that concludes the presentation. If you guys have any questions or comments.
Dr. Cantu, and these classes or this time is made up is maybe I missed it, but it's on Saturdays or is it in the evenings?
Evenings or Saturdays, or actually during the school day as well. Because what ends up happening, students can exist as a regular student or an optional flexible school day student, but they cannot exist as both during the same 6 weeks. So if we're gonna make any changes, we have to do it at the beginning of the 6 weeks to put students in, and at the end of the 6 weeks to take students out. Like we can't make a change in the middle of it. So that's why sometimes they do have during the day as well.
Thank you.
And of course, elementary students do not have night school. So that's why we have that distinction between SASE and Flex. SASE really represents what's happening during the day. And when we talk about Flex students, we're really talking about students that need to attend the night program or need to attend an after hours program for X reason. And that can be as varied as the issues that students bring to school, right? Because each one carries their own baggage, really.
I had never heard about this program, but being a former elementary teacher, I don't remember, is this what, let's say if I was an elementary teacher, I'm already teaching my regular classroom. Is this tutoring during conference or?
No, negative.
How do teachers, I don't understand how it's implemented.
It would be after school. So in years past, we've been able to piggyback off the ACE program. So students that needed to make up time because they have too many absences, would be able to set them in an ACE classroom so that they can be doing instructional instead of, you know, sometimes the ACE is doing some fun things. Well, these students are kind of having to make that up after hours.
So the ACE teachers were helping out with the optional flexible school day program.
Yes. Yeah. We did a lot of piggybacking because we don't have a lot of staff that's running with this right now.
Right.
So really it's me and then I get to work with all the campuses and anybody that they let me work with at campuses. So yeah.
Right. So it's really good to know that those ACE teachers really helped out.
Oh, yes.
A lot after school, especially for.
And then in
AD
high
classes.
schools, really we have that night program. Sometimes we have, they need to go to classes after school from 4 to 7 or, you know, to try to make up time that they've lost because of too many absences. Well, this allows us to recapture that. So it's a win-win all the way around. If you look at the students that are having a lot of absences, well, it's behavior modification for them because now they know if I'm absent, I have to stay after school. I don't want to stay after school, or even if they are an ACE, they want to be doing the fun things instead of sitting with instruction, right? So it's behavior modification. It's training the parents. So the parents start to adjust also at elementary so that by the time they get to middle and high school, those parents will already value the time that the student is supposed to be in school. So it's behavior modification, and it also helps us recapture instructional minutes when the student is absent, they're not learning. So we get to say, okay, now you need to stay after school, so you're going to be learning more, hopefully. And then finally, there's also a large financial incentive for the school district because it really makes an impact.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Transportation.
Yes, sir. For the most part, I know that elementaries were riding the ACE bus.
Okay, the last bus.
The last
What
bus.
about those kids at our high schools?
At high school, it's a little bit different because we don't have buses running that late. But that might be something that we can take a look at. However, most of the students were sassy students because we have them during the day.
Okay.
Yeah, so then if you know our buses, I know when I was at East, our buses would get there at 5:30, so they could stay for an hour and still make their bus at a lot of times.
The program runs how late into the, for those that are attending at night?
Okay, so if we're talking elementary, they would,
High schools.
high school, it can be from 4 to 7, 4 to 8, 4 to 9, depending on the need.
Okay.
We can stretch that as long as we need to, as long as that the student does not claim, or the district does not claim more than 600 minutes for a student.
Okay.
Per day.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I'm fine. Thank you. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. The 2021-2022 employee retention stipend, Dr. Khan?
Yeah, Mr. Garlick will be presenting the survey results from the employees regarding the $3,000 stipend that the board did approve for retention for the upcoming school year. Mr. Garlick.
Good evening. This is, you have in front of you the results from the stipend that went out to the staff. If you recall, we discussed the $3,000 stipend, which the board approved, and the board wanted feedback on what the staff thought we should, how they wanted it to be paid out. You've got it in front of you. Basically, the majority of the staff was looking for the respondents, was looking for the one-time payout of the stipend in September. Although there's a healthy number of people who, for example, the red, they were looking more at the monthly with the TRS input. So there is a diverse set of opinions there. There are diverse opinions there, but the majority were interested in the one-time sum. Were there any, and this was from the district-wide staff. Any questions on that?
Like this last $20,000 where the taxes are also taken away from it.
Yeah,
and
the
everything.
taxes we can't get away from.
Yeah,
So-
it's not going to be like.
It's not 3,000, it's not an after
Or we
tax.
can't go a little bit over and then come back down, like we kind of mentioned last time.
I know it was discussed last time about going over, we can go and look into, I'd have to, the problem with that is everybody's tax
Different.
situation is different.
Yeah.
If you have, depending on, some people have property or other things going on, so
Yeah.
you're not gonna hit it on the nose. You can kind
Right,
of just,
everybody's different.
you can kind
Right.
of narrow in, but in the end, it's gonna be different.
Yeah.
And that's where I was hoping that the staff would have gone, say, September and January because of Texas.
Yes.
But especially this year, I think the staff spoke out and we got to honor whatever, the staff said, go one-time stipend, let them worry about their taxes. Hopefully they'll invest properly and they won't have to get that.
Yeah, well, those are things you have to think about, when you have cash in the wallet.
Now, something that's important, I feel, is that everybody understands that for you to keep this 3,000, you need to finish the school year.
And this is a retention stipend for returning employees, and I'll reiterate it nice and loud. Yeah, this is for you to work this next school year, even though it's all paid in a lump sum.
So the question, so that's a good point, Coach Cuellar. So somebody that resigns or retires in December, right? So they'll have to return that stipend, or they'll be deducted off the final paycheck.
My understanding is that's the guidance from the board, is you have to work your whole contract.
Right, okay.
So it would be prorated, like,
Yes.
like the last one.
It'd be, so many
Well,
months.
But we're,
No,
we're-
it
but we're
wouldn't
paying it
prorate.
out in
Yeah.
September, so we're
Well, we're
likely,
paying
Mr.
it all in one
Sanchez, we
sum,
would
but
have
if you leave
to,
early,
You take
But if you leave early, you have to pay
away
it back.
what.
we're going to
was
send you a
you would
bill.
get back.
Yeah, 'cause it's a retention
Yeah.
stipend, so it's for people to stay here the entire academic year.
Right.
We're
And if
giving
you-
it to you up front, but the reality is you still need,
Just to complete your
Mr.
contract.
Sorry.
Scarlett.
you still need to work out your contract. I talk with my hands, I'm sorry.
So that way staff members know that, just because you got it in September and you leave in December, doesn't mean that 3,000 stays with you for the whole year.
If you're making January retirement plans, you need to take that into
Correct.
account.
Well, but what if you have some employees who say, left in October and then you get a bill from WISD, pay me back? Hey, I don't want to pay you back for the 3,000 you gave me, so
Very true.
that's going to get a little,
That's what we have Andres here.
That's why it would be better to
Hey,
pay
you
monthly,
want
that way.
But you know
Even
what?
October, you only got 2 months.
Mr. Staita, that's a good way to retain those staff members all the way to May,
Yeah, most districts, all retention stipends are for the entire contract year. So
And plus,
just-
if at the end of if they're going to retire at a certain time, they're going to go through HR. They're going to figure out, well, who owes who. And that's how it's going to come out.
I hate to put you on the spot, but I know that were discussing, what about year 2 and 3? Is there anything in the works for year 2 and 3?
The person working on the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 has come up with some potential things which we're going to share on Thursday
Okay.
for the board to
Thursday meeting,
look
right.
at.
Okay.
Better
schedule.
To consider for 2 and 3, since
I know.
I suspect that might be on the,
So
So
yeah.
just to clarify, if somebody leaves early, the full 3,000 would be returned, right? The
Think
entire-
of it as a
not
loan
It-
that
we are-
you'll be forgiven at the end if you don't go anywhere. It's a loan for
No
3,000. is
prorated
really what-
amount, it's the full.
So in other words, if you
All in
leave
the beginning,
early,
we
you owe
discussed it. It was
3,000.
for the retention stipend, it was for the entire contract year.
And we don't provide loans, that's not allowed.
It's important to understand those.
That's what it sounds like. You're gonna have to pay it
Yeah.
back if you
It's a
leave.
payday loan.
Okay, so for clarity, somebody leaves in November,
They have to.
they
pay back
have to
the
pay the $3,000 back.
stipend. Yes, that's what we have
Somebody
decided.
leaves in April, they'll have to return the $3,000. It'd be really important that we communicate that to staff from the get-go.
And do we have a plan in place in case somebody does leave and they don't want to pay back?
We have legal counsel, I don't know. They can advise us on that.
I think
We'll have to get a
what
legal
usually
counsel.
happens is when you leave, your final check is going to be basically.
Can we do that as federal wages, is keep people's wages?
Well, it can be adjusted from the last paycheck, yes.
Okay.
It is days left to be paid. If the no days left, that will be tough. We
Yeah.
don't have money to hold on. But there's a check coming up, it can be adjusted. Yes.
Something to think about.
Any other questions?
None? Thank you. Thank you very much. And the learning loss activities, ESSER 3, Dr. Canales?
No, Board of Trustees, our curriculum instruction department, our wonderful strategists, and everybody else who's been involved has been working on coming up with the best learning loss activities for this coming school year. We have tremendous unfinished learning that needs to be completed. So we're talking acceleration. So Mr. Aguilar will start this. Mr. Aguilar.
Good afternoon, President Cuellar, Dr. Canales, members of the board. We have before you a Weslaco ISD learning loss plan, but before I begin, I want to acknowledge our CNI team. And, they are unsung heroes. They have really worked. They work collaboratively. They work very hard. They work together. They work cohesively, and they've provided invaluable support to our teachers and our staff and our students. And I want to recognize Ms. Peña and the team, if they could please raise your hand. We can give them a big round of applause because I know they work very hard behind the scenes. It's always a pleasure working with them because they're always ready to go and they do the research, the plan, they work collaboratively. We have a great team, and I'm very excited to continue working with them and everything that they do on a daily basis. So next slide, please. What we have here, we have an accelerated learning overview. Okay, and we've had the opportunity to work with students this summer during our summer school, and we averaged anywhere between 2,700 to 2,800 students during the summer. So a lot of this face-to-face, we started engaging back in the process, which we were very excited to do. But what's going to be very critical moving forward with this is that we have to find a very strong balance between social emotional learning and data-driven instruction. And our performance measures is what's going to be critical, because if our teachers and our staff have a goal, an attainable goal that's performance and quantitative, then we can have some monitoring, performance monitoring and measuring, milestones as we move along. So that's going to be very critical as we move forward. All this is going to be rooted in TA's accelerated learning framework, where the CNI staff is going to have an opportunity to share with the Board of Trustees in just a bit. Next slide. As we know, Texas schools are going to brace for learning loss, and we're seeing that constantly as we move along. We know that we received results from the STAR testing, and if we go back based on our data on what we have, we had an average of about a quarter of our students had tested. So we had a quarter of results, and it's always going to come back, how reliable were those results as we were breaking it down. But, that's been a common theme and a common discussion across the state where we see they showed, the learning loss, which we expect, and some of the results that they're very concerned as we are, as we continue moving forward. But again, we're bracing for that and we're going to be prepared as we move forward. Next slide. Again, this was shared with the Board of Trustees earlier in a prior presentation. This, again, we know that in the summer you have 2.5 months of learning loss. So we go back to last summer. Then we throw in at the end of the school year for 2020, we had about 5.7 months. Now throw in this school year with this summer, we anticipate anywhere from a year to 2 years of learning loss. So we're gonna, right off the bat, we're gonna have some performance-based measuring, assessments to try to trigger, identify where the trigger points are and how we're gonna support our students, how we're gonna support our staff, and how we're gonna be moving forward. But we have to really work very carefully on how we're gonna assimilate and acclimate our staff back in. We have to adjust and adapt. That's what's gonna be very critical. The acclimation part is gonna be critical for us because we're gonna be facing so many challenges when we transition back. But we've been discussing this, we've been working through this, and we're excited as we're moving forward. We know the challenges will be there, and we know that we're gonna be, addressing our student needs. And our biggest goal, our greatest goal is gonna be impacting student outcomes, student achievement, and that we wanna close the gap, and we wanna get after it right away. Next slide. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the team, and they will continue with the presentation.
We have Ms. Cindy Sid, our new Director of Guidance and Counseling, who's third day on the job. Here I am.
So good evening, everyone. 6 weeks from now, our students will be starting school year 2021-2022, hopefully for in-person learning. For most of our students who opted for remote instruction, they have been isolated for over a year. So our kids have lost so much, family members, emotional well-being, connections to friends and families, and for many, even financial stability at home. So as we begin our school year, we should and we will first focus on student social emotional learning before trying to make up for any learning loss. So as the slide states, students must feel safe and connected before they can even learn. So using the 5 core competencies of the CASEL framework, we will be providing foundation to mitigate learning loss using these competencies. Next slide, please. So for the next 3 slides, including, this slide and the next 2 slides, I will be presenting the evidence-based practices, and we'll start with the provision of, the first one is the provision of explicit instruction in SEL skills, behavior, and attitudes. And there are several ways to do this. And the first one is building SEL into the curriculum and instruction. I know this summer we have some, most of our, or some elementary teachers already got together this summer to put together or embed the SEL, which is like really the 7, or the leader in me. I was gonna say 7 habits, but the leader in me into the curriculum. And I know that one of our comprehensive high schools for their English 1 curriculum, they worked on embedding also already the 5 competencies of the CASEL framework. We can also embed the SEL into the curriculum with, majority of our teachers are already doing this through book talks, read alouds, and other interactive lessons to develop social and emotional skills. Okay, our teachers and staff or staff administrators can also do SEL check-ins as openers in class and during meetings. And of course, our counselors, our teachers, for the elementary, I know they do those guidance lessons weekly. And for the secondary, we have the advisory classes. So we can, for this particular advisory or guidance lesson, we can for now use the free standing lessons that we have in place. And we're proposing actually to purchase of course, an SEL program. There are many SEL programs out there that many school districts are already using. So we're gonna put together a committee. So we need that stakeholders' input. If this is for the kids, so we need to make sure that in the committee we include students on that committee. Parents as well, counselors and teachers, and hopefully we will choose the best SEL program that will meet the needs of our students. And this will be hopefully purchased, implemented, and phased over a multi-year period. Next slide, please. Okay, another evidence-based SEL practice that we can implement this coming school year is the provision of SEL-related staff development opportunities. I know the staff development sessions should be provided throughout the school year. I know some of our principals in this school district already are planning on having a staff development just for SEL for at least half a day during the beginning of this school year. And I know our English strategist is planning to talk to the elementary teachers regarding the curriculum that they work on this summer. We can also talk about SEL during department and grade level meetings. And there is already a district-wide SEL implementation guide that is already in place. This was to give credit to where credit is due. Sir, can you click on that link, please? Who's working on this? This was spearheaded by, there you go, thank you. This was spearheaded by Mrs. Norma Brewer. So she actually put together a committee. It's a district-wide committee and it's made up of our bilingual strategists, some Gear Up counselors at the high school level. They put together, can you scroll down, please? They put together, there is a shared vision and mission there as a district, and they put together goals and action plan. I know for a fact that most of these initiatives that are under the action plan, they have been doing it at the 2 comprehensive high schools. So the plan is to actually revisit this implementation guide and include City Early College, maybe South Palm Gardens High School, the middle schools, and of course the elementary schools, and start implementing it throughout this school year. Sir, can you go back to the, okay. Yes, that's the one. Okay, so another evidence-based SEL approach or practice that we can implement this school year is pursuing a systemic approach. That means we are going to involve all stakeholders, and that starts with provision of school leaders, with provision of a variety of resources and guidance to our school leaders and administrators on how to form an SEL leadership team on the campus, creating a school-wide vision for the SEL program on the campus, and integrating SEL into all aspects of the school's functioning. And of course, we want to extend this to our student homes and community. So I know on the district implementation guide, the parental meeting topics are already aligned to the SEL competencies. Sir, can you click on that link, please, where it says parental? Can you scroll all the way down, please? Yeah, further down, like at the bottom. Okay, so these topics are actually the topics that our parent specialists on the campuses are required to do during their meetings. And these are already aligned with the leader in me and the SEL focus or the core competencies that I was talking about earlier. So, sorry, if you go back to the main one. Yes. Okay, so they also have created a website, and before we launch this website or before we go live, it's okay. If you can please click on that website, please. It's called, we actually have a slogan. It's called WISD because we care. That's the slogan for our SEL program for the district. So as you can see, we do have family toolkit here, educator toolkit, and other things that we can self-care, and we can also add more before we go live on this one. So going back to the SEL program. So SEL program, actually, can provide a strong support for certain mental health conditions, such as the ADHD. It does not, however, the SEL does not encompass certain mental health conditions, such as bipolar disorder, OCD, depression, anxiety. So right now in our school district, we do have about 39 counselors and 8 social workers that are housed in the campuses. So the ratio here, we're looking at 1 counselor or social worker to 350 students. So as you already know, the pandemic has caused so much stress, anxiety, and grief to our students. And these stressors can lead to several mental health challenges. So the national screening indicates actually that of all the age groups nationwide, it is our children and are the adolescents that have been struggling emotionally during the pandemic. So research indicate that more than 1/3 of our adolescent girls or teen girls and 1/5 of teen boys have new or worsening anxiety. So if you looked at our enrollment that is available on the DRS website, out of the 16,000 plus students that we have, 1/3 of teen girls, we're looking at 1,403 students. And I calculated this based on the middle school and high school only. So that's 1,403 teen girls, and for the 1/5, we're looking at 856 students for a total of 2,259. And there will be 21 counselors and 8 social workers working with these kids on top of everything else that they're doing. And I know for a fact, coming from the high school as one of the counselors, the whole school year is very busy, but more than it's the beginning of this school year and the end of this school year that are actually the busiest. In the beginning of this school year, mostly because we're trying to make sure that these students have the right courses to make sure that they are going to they have the required courses to meet graduation requirements, and also the endorsements. So our counselors are very busy with those. So we are proposing to hire 6 LPC. LPC stands for Licensed Professional Counselors, using ESSER funds for at least 2 years to help our counselors. Intervention services that they can provide for our students include one-on-one student support. They can do universal screening to identify students who are in need. And you know for a fact that we have so many of those students who will be coming into school. And hopefully, when after so many months, they get the chance to do group counseling, peer support groups on anger management, conflict resolution, and life skills. So that will be, this 6 LPC will be funded by ESSER for 2 years. That is the end of my part of the presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
I have several. I don't remember. I think I remember seeing this one of our previous meetings. Did we approve some consultants to come in and help with the social emotional learning? I believe I remember approving some consultants for this. I think it was it special ed? I thought it was social emotional creative being or somebody. Okay.
We did approve. Yeah, we did approve those last week, some outside agency. Yeah.
Consultants, because I'm thinking.
Okay. So every single year we do have those approved mental health professionals who go into the campuses, but they work on certain clients. And they usually bill the insurance or Medicaid.
So
yes.
it wouldn't be the same as these
Correct.
the ones you're proposing.
Yes.
That was my question, because I remember seeing something about that. in our previous meetings. And also my other question, you mentioned how the book talks and the read alouds, that you can always implement the social emotional learning. I remember doing that as a teacher and reading the books. But for me as a former educator, the teachers I think would want to know, like, what are you going to buy for me? And you touched up on it, the programs that you're going to be looking into and talking to the stakeholders. But what would you be buying to help me, or what can I buy to help my classroom? Because nobody knows the kids better than their own teacher. They're there in some cases all day, or the teachers know their kids very well. But you answered that question that you're looking into those programs. I remember also in The Leader in Me, there's a whole chapter in the book about environment, classroom environment, and making it comfy and having the kids come in and feeling homey for them. And that made a huge difference, especially in elementary, or even in high school. I see some do the couches, trying to make it like home for the kids. Many teachers I've heard in the past, can we have a PO? Can we buy things that we need for our classroom? You make it homey, the lamps or this and that, those little touches that The Leader in Me talks about. Have we ever looked into that to see if teachers can get, even if it's $50, it makes a difference where they can go and get something for their classroom? I don't know if we can look into that maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Just
Of course, thank you for that.
And I believe that was one of the topics. Was it classroom furniture? Is that kind of what you're referring to?
Not so much furniture, because I know that we already give them furniture. I know especially I would get POs before, they'd be able to get things they needed for their classroom, extra resources like pencils or cool little markers that the kids can use on a whiteboard.
Some of the classrooms, when you visit our campuses, and can't wait to visit them this coming school year, do have like special lighting and lamps and reading areas that just create a type of space of calm. Some even play a little bit of music in the background. So those are the types of things you're talking about, for us to look into perhaps some funds for teachers to be able to set that type of environment as part of this initiative.
Right.
Okay, I'm looking for Mr. Garlic.
There you go.
Did you hear that, Mr. Garlic?
He's taking notes, Miss Ed. He's taking notes.
You know what? That's a good point, Ms. Sustaita, but a lot of times the principals, especially as a former principal, you allocate monies for your first year, second year teachers to build up their environment, right? But to allow other ones, especially now that maybe we'll have some more funds, it's always nice to provide some additional monies to teachers, especially during this year, the transition year and social, emotional, so forth. I think it's going to be very important. Good point.
Yes, or even the electronic resources, things they buy online for all the digital things that we use. I mean, if you can be in charge of your own classroom and have the freedom to choose to buy what your kids need, that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I'll be talking to you about how we are a data-driven district. So we could move on to the next slide. So what does data-driven district mean? Well, that means that we collect data, and teachers are always collecting data, right? Kids take quizzes, the daily grades, homework grades. So they're always trying to find out where our students are at. But this year, it's going to be especially important that we find out exactly where our students are because of what they're calling the COVID slide or the learning loss. So it's going to be important that we find out where what grade level each student is at. How much did they lose? What do we have to, what areas do we have to approach in order to bring them back up to the grade level they belong? So the purpose of collecting student data is going to be to find the student's performance level. It's going to be to address the lost instructional time due to COVID-19. And we want to find out how it impacted student growth. Okay? So when we're measuring student growth norms, we have assessments. And I'm not talking about the daily assessments, the weekly, or I'm not talking about your 6 weeks exams. I'm talking about assessments that will measure exactly how much the student knows and how much the student has grown. So good assessments provide data which are part of the solution because they will accurately measure growth and student performance. Assessments do measure, again, student performance, which is they'll tell us what grade level the student is at in reading, math, science. They reveal student learning gaps. Super important. What is missing? What TEKS don't the students know so the teachers know this is what I need to teach? Student growth. So what we want to do is we want to look at the kind of growth that they have over time, meaning they'll take a test at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and at the end of the year. And what was the growth? Did the teacher cover what was needed in order for the student to grow? And I'm not talking about all students as a whole, I'm talking about each individual child. So the goals are so that schools can set student achievement goals. What is the goal for you? To grow, right? 10%, 5%. The goal is also to develop individualized instruction. With the test, with these assessments, we can find out where the child is at and develop instruction just for that particular child. And very important also that we have equitable instruction for all students, our special population students, even our gifted and talented students, because we know there was some slump there as well for them. So we want to make sure everybody across the gamut gets the instruction that they need. So in order for us to fully understand where the child is at, we will be doing a longitudinal data study, and that helps so that we can leverage and understand the trajectory, to learn the trajectory that the student is on. Can you go back to slide? One more. Back. The beginning?
Let's go back two slides
Right there. There's a graph.
with the rainbow.
Yeah, there's a graph, and that's a longitudinal study, if you will. So that's the trajectory that the student is on. But this particular student took a test. I can't see but I know it's spring of 2015. And so you'll see the growth because then the student took the test in fall and then again in the spring of 2015, and it just keeps going per year. So what we would like to do is test the children 3 times a year for the next few years so we can see how we're helping this child or these children. There are districts who have these data trajectories built for each of their students since this child started school, all the way from pre-K through high school, through 12th grade. So they know exactly where the child is at. They track them. All right, so on the next slide, the accurate assessment data has the power to shape instruction and close the learning gaps. We are looking into purchasing the NWEA MAP growth assessment, which is the Northwest Evaluation Association. It's a nonprofit organization, and they have the measures of academic process. So it's an important assessment tool that we're looking at purchasing with the ESSER funds. It's going to be critical that this is what we use, or a measurement that we use when the children return, so we can know the instruction that we're going to have to provide for them. But not only can we use it for that, we can use it for parental connections. So what we want to do is to ensure that we create a partnership between the schools and the parents. It's important that we inform parents about the student progress because we know that with parental support, it gives the students motivation. It gives them a positive attitude towards school because mom and dad care, and it increases their academic achievement without question. Parental support is has a greater impact on students than socioeconomic status, than the cultural status, than ethnicity, than race, than educational background. It has more power than any of those things. So students can be successful. And it's going to be important that we tap into that. So one of the things that I wanted to share was communicating to parents. There is a 2-page resource associated with the MAP assessment that will help the families understand the basics of their child's growth, what the test measures and how it works, and what is the RIT score. Okay, the RIT score is the measurement scale that is used to read the test, the unit of measurement, the Rausch unit or Roche unit. And that is a report that the family would get. And of course, we would explain it to the parents at school and so on. You go back? Oh, thank you. The other thing is to support families. There's the Supporting Families Archives, Teach, Learn, and Grow. Click on that. That's a link. Yeah, so you'll see that the parents can go into this website and read all about the testing, any concerns that other parents have, maybe similar to what the concerns that our parents have, so they can read about that information here. And that's it for my part. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Peña, and just one really for me, and it's a two-part. The part that I find kind of hard is this past year, it seemed like it was just busy work for these students, you know, some that were on campus and those that were home. So what are we going to do to help our teachers change to what they're used to? Because we have teachers that have been teaching 15, 20 years and really don't stray too far off of what they've done in years past. So how are we going to help them so that our kids can achieve these learning goals and these gaps?
Well, I think one of the things that will help hold them accountable is the assessment. So if I'm a teacher and I have my classroom full of students and I see my scores are rather low compared to the teacher next door, I better do something about it, right? So I should be asking for help. One. The other thing, aside from the assessment, we have built into the calendar this year 5 PLC days, the professional learning days. And this is the time that the teachers will meet, they will discuss scores, they will discuss the gaps, what are the students missing? Not only will they be talking about the content, but they're also going to be talking about how do I improve, what activities do I use, what can I do differently to help my students? So teachers will be helping each other as well. We'll have the instructional coaches on board who will also, if there's a teacher that there's a concern about, principal can tell the coach, you know what, go work. The instructional coach can go work with the teacher. So we have the instructional coaches, the assessments, the PLC days. Not only will the teachers meet during those 5 days, but principals are going to ensure that they also meet at least once a month.
Okay.
In between. So we're hoping, now we're going to have the strategists. We're all going to be on our toes this coming year. We know it's going to be a lot of work, but we need to be out there as well.
Good. Thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Peña, because I'm going to give you a real life scenario, because everything sounds wonderful and great, but
on paper, right?
Yes, because when you go to the beginning of your assessment and you're the teacher in your classroom and you're testing all these kids, the teachers already get together. They already make great lesson plans. They already get great ideas from the strategist. The problem is, I can't do it by myself. Let's say I have 20 kids in my class and 17 of them are below level. I have these wonderful, great activities, and I already met with the teachers and I went to 5 meetings about how great to make it. But really, it's one of me for 17 kids who need the help, and I need to individualize it for each one. They're all on different reading levels and math levels. What can we do to help our teachers to give them that extra help? Can we get a tutor in there with the ESSER funds, another certified teacher to help? Even the testing, it takes weeks just to test the beginning of year, middle of year, end of year.
Oh, we're not. That's the beauty about this test.
Okay,
It'll
we're
take
not.
45 minutes per test, and it's going to be 3 tests per grade level. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
the beauty of it. That's going to take weeks.
Oh, that's
So,
good. I remember doing the guided
Yes.
reading weeks with each kid.
So,
But yes,
to answer
somebody,
your question, yes, to answer your question, one of the things that we are requesting from the ESSER funding is that we would like to put 1, 2, or 3, depending on the size of the campus, instructional aides. And of course, principals can assign those aides to those classes where the teachers have more low-level students than on grade level. So if the teacher's having issues, we can go in and observe and say, well, you know what, the issue isn't so much that the teacher doesn't know what to do. It's that there's so many kids, so let's send in the cavalry and send in a couple, or a teacher aide to assist. But we're not going to send in the teacher aide or the instructional aide cold. We're going to make sure that that instructional aide has received training, that teacher knows how to work with you, plan together with you, sit with you as you look at the plan, sit with you as you look at each of the student files and reports. That way, that instructional aide will know exactly what to do to help the kids in your classroom, working with you.
Okay, so having those extra instructional aides, and I think just having somebody who's certified to teach, just for me makes it, I'm not saying that, nobody else can except for teachers, but having that background and having the certification you're certified in, bilingual, you're certified in math, you have that specialty. And I think we really, this year, like you guys said, it's a huge COVID slide. It's not a normal year. So just having those really highly qualified people to help the kids will make, I think, a huge difference if we can do that. Yeah.
Now, I will tell you, and I think somebody's going to be sharing with you that according to research that TA has put out, you don't necessarily have to be a certified teacher to be a good qualified tutor, because we can train college tutors, we can train the instructional aides that are good teaching students, right?
Right.
So sometimes it's not just the content that they know, it's the relationship that they're able to build with the students, as you well know.
Definitely. One last thing, the parent website. That looks very nice, but realistically, a lot of them will not go to. And if they do, it's the parents who are already looking and supporting their kids. A lot of the parents, I'm going to be the first one. I don't have time. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it 2 days. Is how to support the parents. There's a website. We'll have trainings for them at school.
Yes,
What can we do to help parents at home?
That's a good question. So one of the people that came into our meeting as we're developing this and talking about our plan is Miss Erica Garcia, who is our parental involvement person. And she is already on the ball, and she's going to get her staff to learn about the assessment, to learn about the website, so that they can in turn help the parents learn as well. And certainly, I think our teachers would be able to help parents as well. We could call meetings to the campus in the early evenings and tell them, you know what, this is here, let's talk to you about it. Pretty much like we did with STAR, reading those STAR reports or TACS or TOS, whatever it was back in the day.
Okay.
So, we would call in parents and teach them how to read those reports.
Okay. And I'm thinking for me, because I have that elementary background, I know we would send book bags home with the kids to read at home. So sending books home, or math, sending little manipulatives so the parents can help them out. Is this something we're still doing?
Definitely.
We can still continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
I think it's very important, is this song? Hello? Yeah, that's a very good point to bring up. And during the COVID, during the last year, Ms. Ustaita. Yes? Okay. One of the things that Ms. Garcia started doing is she was producing little vignettes. I think that's what they were called. You remember, Dr. Canales? In English and in Spanish, because I know that the board has been concerned. I know you've been concerned about making sure that they were in Spanish. So Ms. Garcia was doing that this past year. And I think that's one of the things that she's planning on continuing to do, to make sure that all this information is getting out to the parents in both English and Spanish. So very important point to make.
This is in Spanish.
I had a question as well, and I'm kind of piggybacking up of Trustee Sustaita. I know that assessment and then tracking growth is very important as well too, and kind of talking about during the regular instructional day and supports that they're gonna have, not only on the social emotional development side but also in academics. My question and part of the reason for this topic and discussion is, we're gonna need teachers will need additional time after school and also on Saturdays to address such a large learning gap, the learning loss. It's like like you were saying, you said it was like 1.5 to 2 years of learning loss. So my main concern is I know we're already working on that. I know that we're looking at state comp funds, ESSER funding and whatnot. But my main concern and question was, will campus administrators already have access to a certain budget so that they can do the assessments, identify the students, identify the needs, and just take off running in early fall?
That's what we are hoping. So in August, we'll bring the test, the assessment to you for approval.
Right.
So that hopefully everything works out. If you like it, you approve it, then we move forward with it, have it ready when the students come back. However, I do want to say that we want our students to get a lot of the social emotional impact the first couple of weeks. We don't want to hit them with academics right away because we don't want to get them turned off to school.
Right.
So not to say we're not going to do academics, but we don't want to test them right away.
Mm-hmm.
So the principals had suggested maybe the second week in September. Then once those students are identified, we hope to have in place already our tutorials, our programs, have the schedule set up, and ask teachers to sign up for tutoring after school or Saturday. We're also talking about, and they'll tell you about week-long academies for the students.
Perfect.
To answer the question as well, and great points, we are going to be working through our state compensatory funding to make sure that we're going to send out to our campus administrators so they can work on their campus plan designs already, so we can right out of the gate have a plan in place. That funding is going to be readily available to us right away. And as soon as we get our ESSER monies, then we'll continue rolling with that. So they'll have the budget for that.
Thank you.
One more question. Imagine Math and the iStation, will those be, will this replace all those other ones, the phonics assessment, or?
Not this first year. Actually, this particular program, the MAP 360, I believe it's called. Anyway, this particular program works with Imagine Math. So let's say a child takes a test, doesn't do well, it identifies exactly what the student is missing. So it'll take the child immediately into Imagine Math, into those areas that the child needs help on.
Okay.
For those activities. They're not hooked up to iStation. No. But we want to take a look at those programs, and then we will see next year and see what we
Okay.
can.
So they'll
look
do
at.
this, and then they'll do iStation separate, the phonics assessments separate. Okay.
Anything else? Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. So hopefully I'll be able to answer some more of your questions, Mr. De Los Santos, as well as the fellow strategists, as we talk a little bit more about the plan. But I would like to start by first differentiating between acceleration and remediation. After that, we're going to talk about the accelerated learning framework provided by TEA. And then we'll talk about our communication plan, our district follow-up, our district support, and how that'll be funded by ESSER. So first off, if you look at the diagram here, at the top, we show the typical remediation or stop and drop. And so what happens is if I'm a fifth grade teacher, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll reteach what students were missing at the beginning of the school year. Then I'll move into the on grade level fifth grade work. And what happens is that at the end of the school year, we just drop off the rest of it, right? And so we don't actually ever catch kids up that way. Acceleration is different in that we really root in data, as Janie had mentioned, and right before we teach on grade level topics, we're going to remediate that small piece. It might be within the same class period, 10 minutes at the beginning. It might require a full day depending on the subject. And then we immediately go into that on grade level work. What this does, instead of cutting off chunks of the grade level at the end, we're able to prioritize and we're able to focus in on those readiness teaks and the teaks that are going to, be the foundations for learning for them. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So I want to make a case for rigor here. So if you look at the two assignments, they're both social studies assignments. The first says list 3 factors that led to England establishing an empire. Different classroom, same topic. Assignment B, consider all factors that contributed to England becoming an empire on which the sun never set. In your opinion, which factor was most important? Compare and contrast this factor with another country we have studied and use evidence from at least one of the 3 sources to justify your answer. And I put these up to make the point because if I take my highest scoring student on assignment A, They're not going to compare to my lowest scoring student's response on assignment B, right? And so a lot of times what happens when we're trying to remediate for our students, when our students are behind, what we do is we pull them out of class, right? We give them assignment A. We take them out of enrichment activities, right? And we give them something that is not on grade level. And so what we're doing there is we're really widening the gap. And so what's the most essential piece of all of this plan, in terms of the instruction, of course, is that we are giving them on grade level. We're giving them high rigor. We're holding high expectations, because if not, then we're going to be widening that gap throughout. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So at the end of last year, we sent out a summer newsletter, and it included 9 articles that were used to create TEA's Learning Acceleration Framework. One of the quotes from there, it says, "Just trying to give every child a real chance to do grade level work, however imperfectly, will lead to far better results than picking and choosing who gets those opportunities right now and over the long run." And I point this out not just to drive my point home, but to let you know that, we're working to create a common language. So it's not just something that we're talking about here at our board meeting, but that teachers are reading about now, that we're going to be discussing in the beginning of the year and throughout the school year. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move on to the core principles of the accelerated instruction framework. So each of the 6 frameworks that we're going to be discussing come back to these 4 core principles. The first, as I just mentioned, is that remediation is not going to be enough alone to catch up our students. We have to give them high quality, grade level content. The second is that we have to have high expectations for both teachers and students, but it has to be proportionally met with time and support. The third is trusting relationships, right? I don't think I need to go on there. I think everybody in this room can agree that's going to be our foundation for learning. And then our fourth is high quality and frequent assessment, as Janie had mentioned. We have to be really strategic about what we're teaching and planning and how we go about doing that. Next slide, please. So there are 6 frameworks. There's 3 that are universal and 3 that are targeted. I just want to make a point before we go in. These are suggested by TEA, recommended rather, as high leverage. And we're going to talk, you've probably heard about the majority of them. They're not new, right? These are great best practices. We didn't have a magic pill come out since COVID started, but we're really going to focus in on what makes these effective, right? In addition to having those high expectations, the high rigor. And so you'll see a lot of times our campuses will need to choose based on their student need. We're going to get more accurate results when students are back in person in the fall. Based on the staffing that each campus has is going to look different. Their building size is going to look different. So it's not going to be a one size fits all, but you're going to see if I'm doing just in time instruction, it might be happening, with small group as well, and it might be extended instructional time. So it's not just one of these, right? They kind of overlap, and you're going to see a lot of mixing of them. Next slide, please. So the first framework is called just-in-time intervention. And if you recall at the very beginning when I started speaking, the diagram there where it was the school year that cut off, and then the other, this is the other, right? And so this is using data to determine the prerequisite skills that students need, planning to embed them right before. And so there's 4 things that make this effective. First is identifying those prerequisite skills. The second is planning to implement those, of course, with on-grade level content. The third is to teach with utilizing different configurations, small group, whole group, one-on-one, and then finally would be to assess to see our students where they should be. Do I need to continue to remediate, or can I move on? I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to Arcadia, who's going to continue with the next framework.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Canales. Thank you for being here tonight. So I'll go ahead and pick up where my colleague left off. Like she mentioned, these are not practices that teachers are not familiar with. As a matter of fact, these are highly recommended by TA as the strongest research-based best practices that a teacher can implement in the classroom moving forward in the fall, coming back after the type of year that we had. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. So the first one we have is high quality differentiation and scaffolding. So in scaffolding, what we're talking about is breaking up the learning into parts, into chunks. And then we talk about differentiation, which is tailoring instruction to meet the needs of individual students, including our special population students. So with effective components in scaffolding, we have student self-assessment of progress. Here is where the teacher can check for understanding if the child is not understanding what is being taught. So the teacher can then stop and scaffold her instruction. at the student's pace. We have explicit vocabulary instruction. Again, before the teacher instructs on the content that is going to be taught, the teacher first addresses important key vocabulary so the student has a better chance of understanding what is to be learned. Prior knowledge and discussions, having those conversations, those academic conversations with students while the lesson is being taught is going to be key as well in order for the student to grasp everything that is being taught. Pausing and asking questions during the lesson, pausing and then reviewing again what is being taught is going to be essential for students to be able to retain what is being taught. And this will have a higher impact in the learning for the student. Then we have differentiation. So teachers can offer differentiation in their classrooms to their content, process, products, and learning environment. So when we talk about content, we're talking about what has to be learned. How will the student gain access to the information? How is the teacher going to make this content available to the child? We talk about the process, engaging activities. How are we going to engage students so that what they are learning is making sense to them? Also the products. These are the final and culminating projects, which require the student to practice, to apply, and to expand on what has been taught. And this can be done individually or in a small group as well. And then we talk about the learning environment. Here, teachers can also differentiate, which speaks to what Mrs. Taita spoke about earlier and Dr. Canales. This is where we offer the child some type of just, a better environment for learning. And the way the classroom feels and looks for the child, whether it be through flexible seating, playing some music, like they mentioned earlier. So this is scaffolding and differentiation moving forward when our students return. I'll now pass it over to Mr. Santos.
Good evening, members of the board. The next feature recommended by TA is extended instructional time, which, very simply put, is more time on academics by the student. This does not mean substitution of that time by taking time away from other courses. So in addition to more time for the students to go deeper and broader, it does mean that teachers need more time to plan. As was mentioned earlier, we already have 5 days built into the calendar for our PLCs. And in addition to not taking time away from other core areas, it's about closing the opportunity gap that exists when you look at the different socioeconomic levels of our students. So that means giving them more opportunities to be in those enrichment type courses. So definitely not addition by subtraction, it's addition by addition. Next slide, please. The next component is high dosage tutoring. So as mentioned before, having people that are well-trained, giving them the opportunity to work consistently with the same kids builds those relationships and the size of the group that is being tutored. So one-to-one or small group allows the teachers that opportunity to customize what they are using to help their students. Now, the type of tutoring can be embedded into the beginning of the school day, it can be after school, it can be on Saturdays, but a lot of this is really focused on how the students are doing, and that is being driven by the data. Next slide, please. Next, we have Mrs. Chavez.
Good evening. The next targeted strategy that was recommended by TA is actually one of my personal favorites. It's the Acceleration Academies. This one allows for a lot of innovation and a lot of different ways of providing that instruction. So what Acceleration Academies encompasses at least 25 hours of instructional time that focuses on prioritizing content in a single subject held during holidays or breaks. So to make these academies successful, some of the components would include them being staffed by highly qualified teachers selected through a competitive process, leverage of high quality instructional materials, homogeneous ability grouping of 10 to 12 students, and the students being selected based on performance, on attendance and behavior. And as of now, our bilingual department is currently working on a language enrichment academy to tailor to this targeted strategy. Any questions on? No? Ms. Elida Ramirez.
Good evening, everybody. So I will say that small group and one-on-one interventions is probably the best strategy, only because everything that was reviewed, you can do the just in time, you can do the differentiation scaffolding through your small group. And if I can go into teacher mode for a bit, this small group instruction delivery was probably the best experience that I had as a teacher, and probably the best experiences that kids have. And you also get those little victories that continue to motivate you day after day. I just wanted to, say that. But the sole focus of small group instruction is to grow your students' academic skills. Small group instruction is most beneficial for English language learners, special education students, at-risk students, students of poverty, and like Ms. Benya mentioned earlier, even our GT students struggled a bit this year. So through small group instruction, you do personalize the instruction. You tailor to your student needs. We do also have some resources that will help personalize that instruction, but also taking a step back as a teacher, offer rather than order. Make your students part of the learning. Okay, just don't order them to do this, this, or that, but make them part of the learning, because engagement was a huge, issue for us this past year. So in order for you to get the kids involved, make them a part of the learning. We also know as teachers to provide feedback. Students need that, consistently, but also as a teacher, step back, listen and learn. Sometimes our kids are struggling. Maybe it's not academics, maybe it's something else. And that in itself, like I said, it was a great experience with my students, small group instruction, because I got to know them, talk about SEL, talk about building relationships. That's when it happened the most. Reteaching and pre-teaching or extending the learning, like Ms. Longoria mentioned, providing that prerequisite skill, background knowledge, academic vocabulary, that'll help our students, close those gaps. And that leads to the last one, where students, you build their confidence. When they can go in and be a part of the group activity with confidence, that in itself is going above and beyond the instruction. And of course, small group one-on-one interventions does tie in with our House Bill 4545. So in order to do all this, we will need some support. So WISD will help campuses with enabling conditions. In order for all of this to work, we need the right materials, high quality curriculum, online instructional materials, which those materials were, things that we put on ESSER were actually resources that would personalize instruction, that would help students work on their own or collaboratively while the teacher is working in small groups. These instructional materials, online resources were also vetted with our teachers. Some were piloted. So it wasn't just that we selected them on our own, it was strategically done. The right data, Ms. Benya talked about the NWE MAP, diagnostic assessments, and training. We also have to have the right schedule. Dedicated time for teachers to plan in data-driven manner, dedicated time for students to receive targeted intervention, and provide time for campus leads to collaborate. So the right people, I think this is the biggest component here. Instructional leadership responsible for supporting teacher planning and coordinating intervention, provide professional development, and blended learning pillars. So our funds would go to, or we are in need of funds for professional development for accelerated learning and supplemental pay for PD, accelerated learning instructional aids. Like I said, we need the right people in place if we're going to make this work. Online instructional materials, diagnostic assessments, and then accelerated learning after hours. That is what we are asking for funding. Campus follow-up.
Designate instructional leader responsible for supporting protected time for teacher planning and coordinating intervention. And again, this is part of our HB 4545. Observations, data conversations, and instructional coaching conversations. We are very lucky that we already have our instructional technology coaches in place. We are also very blessed to have our technology department with Ms. Julie Kelly and Mr. Scott Amdahl, who have already set the foundation at the beginning of the year, because we have Innovative Teaching Day that our administrators have already gone through a lot of training with. Not just the beginning of the year, but through their crafting and student experience, this is something that will be monitored throughout the year to help grow our teachers. And of course, scheduling will be a critical component. I will bring Ms. Claudia back up.
Okay. So in order to be successful, we know that we have to have the right people, as was mentioned, right? And there's three things that our people need. It's KSM, knowledge, skills, and mindset. And so as I mentioned before, we sent out our summer reading newsletter. This was to first start tackling the knowledge and the mindset before we get together, right? We're going to start working on the skills through those professional developments once we get there. So we started our communication plan. Our communication plan is currently taking place with summer professional development. I highlighted our special populations, our GT 6-hour update for any of our teachers who have GT students in their classroom. They will be receiving training on higher order questioning. So not only will those GT students be getting that, but any students within that classroom, right? We want to give that opportunity to all. Whenever we talk about differentiation, we always plan for our highest level student first, and then we scaffold, right, to get there. The differentiated instruction fiesta, as well as the SPED universal design for learning, those are synonymous with this plan. They're really looking at personalized instruction. Through convocation, we will continue to communicate this message out to our staff. The principals will be asked to share this presentation at the beginning of the year with their teachers. During Innovative Teaching Day, this is really our kickoff in terms of the professional development and the three pillars that are overarching for blended learning, which will support each of these frameworks. As strategists, we have either weekly or monthly newsletters, so we'll continue to send out our messages throughout the school year, not just at the beginning, and then of course through our PLCs, which will be ongoing. Are there any questions?
Of course, the teacher over here.
Go for it.
You just reminded me, well, there's several. You said in the beginning, give them a chance to perform on level, no matter how imperfect their work is. And I can tell you, being a second grade teacher with AR back in the day, it was only the kids who were on level. But when we let the kinder, first grade reading levels, even though they're in second grade, they want you to do AR also. So we would let them, and you really saw the improvement because they wanted to perform like they're on level. So I totally agree with that. My question is, and you guys kind of answered it. We know that they have to gain access to information, whether it be, having more computers in class or paid websites that we can get for them, resources. The activities also, we can get more activities for the teachers. But my question as the board members, how can we do it? Just buy extra access to websites, buy laptops that we need or iPads, or how are we going to do that to help that become accessible to everybody in their own classrooms?
I'm not sure if I fully understand the question.
For example, let's say I don't even know how it is now, but I have 20 kids. Does everybody have their own laptop, or how does that work? I don't know.
Yes, good question. So I don't know if Abel wants to go ahead and speak to the initiative that Scott's heading.
So, we've been pretty much one-on-one, as a district, as far as technology and all the resources that we have. Of course, we're going to have to replenish coming in, with all the purchases moving forward, because a lot of these devices with wear and tear, through the process, they were at home for a year. But definitely, moving forward with that, the plan is in place with those supplemental supports to make sure that this is implemented correctly. And we have these discussions in place when we're talking, and we say, did we cover this? From anything to the minute details on, are we speaking the same language? Because just along with language, it gets convoluted if we're using different terms. That creates a big concern for us and everyone, because then the communication becomes ambiguous, with everyone. So yeah, we have that plan moving forward. Right now, you're looking at an average of 22 to 1. Once you get a fifth grade, of course, the numbers go up, and into the secondary. But we're going to continue to provide those supports and continue assessing where we're at so we can continue, addressing the needs of the students.
Okay. And I got a question from a teacher today. She was questioning about conference times. And now that we're talking about having teachers work together to plan, conference times, are they different for every teacher at different schools, or is there a set time for everybody across the district? How does that work?
Right. So conference times will have to be dependent. They're campus-based because it depends on the staff that they have, based on their schedule, based on the number of classrooms even, because they have to have, some of them have 5-man teams, some of them have 4-man teams, and it has to do between staffing and building. And so our campuses do try to, for instance, at the high school, science has had 2A is always the science, conference time. And then the two campuses can plan together if they need to. That actually had to change this year because they had some changes. But they do, to the extent that they can, try to partner them so that way they can be at the same time as needed,
Okay, so would longer conference times so they can plan longer together work?
So something that was discussed, and of course, as I mentioned before, based on once we see our actual need, when we see data and so on and so forth, then the plan will be more solidified. But one of the recommendations that was discussed was, for instance, if we're looking at extended day tutoring as one of our accelerated learning frameworks, having teachers plan on the Monday, and then they deliver on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But they need that planning time, as mentioned, if they're going to be delivering, data-driven instruction. Yeah, planning is absolutely essential.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Any other questions?
Well, first, I just want to thank everyone that presented and all the information that you provided. One of the reasons I requested this topic of the superintendent's report is because of what we just saw on one of the slides, which was what are the needs? What is the money that's needed to implement when we come back? And even that's going to be adapting and changing once assessment starts and needs are identified and different campuses have different requests. And I think this is a really good report to show the community too, that you all have a very structured plan coming back. You're prepared to address social and emotional needs for students. You're prepared to address, that academic, that learning loss that they've gone through. And so I think it's been a great presentation. Got a lot of information. I'm pretty sure everyone watching those have too. And this is something that we also need to market and put out there, this type of work and this type of plan. And something that the board, once the school year starts, we need to come back and address it every single month as we get into August, September, October, and keep identifying those needs. And I mean, I know Andres, I'm sorry, money, if it's needed, resources, disregarding. But yeah, thank you for everything. Thank you for the presentation, the information, everyone, for all your hard work.
Thank you all for your attention, your
Thank you
feedback, and
very
your
much.
support.
It's a good way to start the school year. And like Mr. Santos says, we may have to adapt a little bit, but you guys are right on pace. And thank you very much for the hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to item 9, consent agenda. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at the consent items, but a quick little review of this, and then we'll ask if you want to pull anything. Okay. Mr. Saita? Anything you want to pull?
No.
Dr. Rodriguez?
I have none.
Mr. Nieto?
None.
Mr. Los Santos?
Item R.
Item R.
Yes. Approval budget amendments. I just had a few questions.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
None.
None? And I have none. So the only item we're going to pull is item R. Yes.
I just had a question for Andres.
Okay. If we have none others,
I'll make a motion to.
I have a motion by Mr.
Accept the
Gonzalez
consent
to
agenda.
approve, and
Except
a second
letter
by
R
Mr. Los
for
Santos,
discussion.
except for item R. Let's take a vote on this. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Saita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto, yes. And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Did Coach Trevino ever join the meeting?
No, I checked it up a minute ago.
No?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, motion carries. Now let's talk about item R. Mr. Los Santos?
Yes, on the approval of the budget amendments, the majority of them, I looked at all of them, the majority of them were fine. There's just a few that I had a couple questions as far as the use of 6,400 incentive funding. Is that within, on that one, is that within compliance as far as that funding, the way it's being used on a few items for the incentives?
This one, I believe, that was for shirts.
Shirts.
Yeah, the one you're talking about?
Things like that, yes.
For the
those type
beginning of the
items.
school year.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've done that before when we start the school year. I kind of like motivate staff at the start of the new year.
Right.
And this is the one campus that wanted to do it.
Yes, but that's within compliance with those funds, because those are 199 funds?
Yes, it has to be 199, yes.
Okay.
And they have a limit of $25 per.
Oh, okay,
per
they're
item.
using the $25 limit.
Right.
Oh, okay. No, that's it. That's all
Okay.
I wanted to ask.
Okay. So we're gonna bring item R back to the table for approval.
So move to approve.
Second thing, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by the doctor. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Freitas?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. That takes us to item 10, discussion items. A, interim financial report for the 10 months ended June 30, 2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Board of Trustees, this is a no action item, and Mr. Sanchez will highlight some key points on this report. Mr. Sanchez.
Yes. Can you skip 3 pages? Yeah, go to the next page, the next one, the next one, one more, right there. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the other information is pretty much the same thing I mentioned before, so I don't want to go over the same thing. This is what's different. This is the revenues for the general fund for the 10 months ended June 30, 2021. We are, for local funds, we have budgeted 24,900,000, and we have received 26,007,000. So we are at 104.4%. We have exceeded our budget so far as of June. For state funds of 139.7 million, we have received 124,283,000. That represents 88.94%. So we're on track. For federal funds of a budget of 13,852,000, we have received 11,498,000, which is 83%. We're pretty close to the budget that we had. The total is 178,499,000. We have received 161,789,000. Overall, it's a 90.6% of the budget, which is pretty good. It's usually 91% the budget for, 83% the budget for 10 months. So we have exceeded it, mostly because of the local funds. Next slide. This one has the expenditures, and as I have mentioned before, we broke down the expenditures into 5 categories. The first one is instructional related items. The budget is amended budget is 118,022,000. We have encumbered or expended 84,726,000, which represents 71.7%. Of instruction support categories, that is 28,160,000. We have expended or encumbered 21,425,000, which represents 75%. Administration, campuses and district-wide, are 14,783,000. We have encumbered or expended 11,662,000, which represents almost 79%. District-wide support, that is 28.7 million the budget. We have encumbered or expended 20,665,000, which represents 71.7%. And on debt service, of a budget of 2.5 million, we have expended or encumbered 2,070,000, which is 80%.
Overall, out of 192,305,000, we have encumbered or expended 140,239,000, which represents almost 73%. I mentioned a while ago that for 10 months, the budget is 80%, so are well below the budget on our expenditures or encumbrances.
Andres, can you
Yes, sir.
pause for a few minutes because we
Sure.
don't have a quorum. So as soon as
Not
they
a problem.
come back, there's only two of us.
Sure, not a problem.
So just correct? Well, they should be back. They're coming. I can hear them.
One coming back. Meant to repeat it, wanna take it back?
No, you're okay. You're okay right there. But just, because it is just like behind me. Which grab that first? They should have waited.
Everybody's staring up when they come in.
All right. One more. Hold on. Okay.
Where you going?
Okay, okay. Okay, the total expenditures in the budget was 192,305,000. We have encumbered or expended 140,239,000, which represents almost 73%. The budget for 10 months is 83%, so we are 7% under budget on the expenditures and encompasses 3 years.
So-
As of June 30.
So question, that additional funds that we don't use from now till August, correct?
Mhm.
I guess, I'm assuming they're gonna go back into the fund balance?
They go to fund balance.
Okay.
Yes. They go to fund balance, but this general fund includes food service, local funds, and also the state allotments.
Correct.
The state allotments go to a separate fund balance, and then in September, October, we'll come back and roll it forward. That is part of the adjustment that I'm gonna mention now.
Okay.
Because we have to spend it for those particular purposes. And federal funds, it's got their own money. Whatever is local funds, goes to the fund balance, the one that we accumulate and try to maintain 75 to 90 days of fund balance.
Okay, continue.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this is the reconciliation report on our expenditures of how we started the budget with a certain amount, and then we add throughout the year when the board approves amendments. Some of them, like I mentioned earlier, I want to mention the 3 highest ones here. First one is the carryover state allotment funds. We transferred 5.5 million this year from 3 major funds: state compensatory education, early education allotment, and blanked out, forgot the other one. But there's 3 major ones that we had, and we had to spend it for that. And since we didn't spend it, we rolled it forward to the new year.
Right.
And that's what that amount represents. The next one, 1.2 million, is for assigned fund balance or purchase orders. Whatever POs, like I mentioned before, one of them, big one is athletics. Item that we ordered that we don't receive by August 31, we rolled over the purchase order to the new year because we received the item in September or October. So we had to spend them in the year when the items come in. And the other one, large one, is 2.3 million for the employee incentive pay that the board approved for December. We have to bring the funds from fund balance for that one. Next slide, please. The big ones here, the second one, the portable air cleaning units, is for 1,749,000. Those funds came from fund balance. The fourth one is cleaning and disinfecting supplies, classrooms and departments. The board approved 750,000. That is preparation for next year. With using of ESSER funds, we probably won't be using much of those funds, so they'll go to fund balance. We won't spend them. And the next one, additional student desk shields for 200,000. We push additional shields for the students to make sure we have one for every student in the classroom, so everybody will have one. And again, this money will be reimbursed from ESSER, so money will go back to fund balance. Next slide. The first item is summer feeding program. We added 320,000 for the federal funds for this summer for the meals. For NC College, we have paid 3 invoices, which is a total of almost $194,000. That was not in the budget. The employee incentive pay for June, the one that we just paid June 30 and July 1 for 2.3 million again, came from fund balance. And the total for those expenditures is 16,500,000, for 528,000. Next slide, please.
Andres, go back to the slide.
Yes.
Uh,
Mandeme?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
On the forensic audit,
Yes, sir.
that's only for the 3 months?
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah,
They still have 2 more months?
yeah, June, they haven't billed us for June
They haven't billed June yet?
or any work to do in July.
On our regular yearly audit that we have, how much do we pay for that? On the regular yearly?
We used to pay 28. The last time we paid, I believe, was 48,000.
48?
And that is the highest we've ever paid,
Yeah,
48,000.
yearly.
Yes.
Andres, question. What's the mentor cooperating teachers program? That's who, or Dr. Canales?
What do we have?
That's who, Tamuk.
Oh, that one, we have some teachers that work with Tamuk, Texas A&M, Kinsville, University of Kinsville. And they allocate a stipend to those teachers that are helping. The mentors, the teachers that are mentoring new teachers, basically. And they send to the amount. So the amount comes from them to us, we have to pay it to our students.
Okay.
But it has to go through our general fund. So what we did, we added money to the expenditures and money to the revenue. That did not come from fund balance.
Okay.
The revenue came from the university.
No problem.
Andres, one more question.
Monday.
The employee incentive pay, June.
Uh-huh.
It says general fund, but are you going, when you get the ESSER funds, are you going to put that back in to the
No.
general fund?
No,
Or
that
not?
was intended to be from local funds. And that was local funds.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
'Cause that was, that was my thinking, that we were going to get it from the ESSER
No.
to pay it, but you're not going to reimburse it and put it back in.
No, that one is local funds. The retention stipend, that would be it. The 3,000 that we talked about earlier.
Mhm.
But this one that was intended to be local funds.
Yes.
And the reason that we can't tap into ESSER and utilize that is because this was a board decision. It was part of the previous decision that was made back in.
Well,
I think it was for the incentive stipend.
No,
For the
with all due
second.
respect, the key on ESSER is, it's gotta be tied to the pandemic.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Something
We
tied,
can't-
so.
But we
that
can't
one-
use it.
Yeah.
We can't use ESSER because this was a board
Right.
initiative.
Yes, and it was before.
Right.
The retention stipend is because of employees not resigning or retiring early because of all the extra work with the cost of the pandemic. That one, that's related to that.
See, and when I brought it as an item, or when I wanted us to look into it, I wanted it totally separate from the other board because it died, it didn't work because we didn't reach ADA. I was thinking in my head, we're doing this as a new item with the ESSER 2 funds from the hold harmless.
Oh, I see.
Do you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That's what I had been trying to say the whole time. Like that other board, that item, it didn't go through because we didn't reach ADA. So that's why I was trying to say, this is a new item, an incentive from ESSER 2 with federal funds, totally apart from the other board. That's what I was trying to,
I understand.
okay.
Yeah,
Trying to
because-
clarify that.
Yeah, because I understand, because she's right, because they didn't hit ADA. ADA, we didn't hit the mark for ADA, so that initiative pretty much died at that point.
Mhm.
And I understand what she's saying, because she was saying that the home harmless, which is what we received,
the
was
one that
through
helped
ESSER
us.
2.
Yes.
Or, yeah, that was provided through ESSER 1, I'm sorry, right? ESSER 1 was
Yeah,
home harmless,
ESSER
or
2.
ESSER 2?
ESSER 2.
ESSER 2 was taken out of ESSER 2 for the whole harmless. So technically, it's another initiative, so why couldn't we tap into the ESSER 3 funds? But
Yes, and like you said, they gave us the ESSER money, ESSER 2,
Mhm.
and then they said they're gonna deduct it. Now
Right.
they come up with, late in June, they are gonna deduct the local funds out, state funds out there. They're gonna say,
Yes.
this is the money we gave you, now you have to deduct it from ADA. So it's gonna be extra accounting work for us.
Yes, that's why I was wondering if you were going to take this, reimburse it back in, but no, it stays there from the general fund.
Yes.
No, I wasn't here, but the ESSER funds, we're also planning for the following 2 years, correct? We're planning?
Yes,
Right.
we are. We'll share information on Thursday.
Good discussion.
Oh, that's right.
We have planned only year one.
Okay, Thursday we'll find out. Continue then. Sorry.
Believe that's it. The total amount of the amendments is 16,528,000. Next slide, please, Carlos. Yeah, that amount, when added to the original budget of expenditures of 175,776,000, is the new amount of $192,305,550. That is the new budget in showing. Mr. De Los Santos has asked before, why do we have a big expenditure when your revenues are only so much and it looks like you're overdrawn? And I said, no. So this reconciliation is to help explain, he brought up a very good point earlier, to help explain to the community that we're spending money that we have in fund balance or that we had to spend, and it was saved in fund balance on a specific account. Next. Carlos, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Thank you,
So
sir.
any questions?
Till Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andres.
Yes.
Item B, acknowledgement of the Hidalgo County Tax Office collection reports for 2021, current taxes and delinquent taxes. Dr. Gonzalez?
Board of Trustees, this is also no action item. You do have a report in front of you, and Mr. Sanchez will highlight some key areas. Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, yeah. A couple of these items on your agenda reports for the tax collections for the month of May 2021. Of the original tax levy of 25,760,000, we have collected to date $24,653,757. There were $364,202 added as adjustments to the tax roll, which leaves taxes of $1,380,000 outstanding at the end of May. That represents 94.77% of collections. The year before, as of May also, we have collected 93.22%. That represents 1.48% higher than last year. So the taxes are going very well. On the delinquent taxes from the prior year's levies, the original, the amount as of September 1, the beginning of the year, of $4,183,000, we have collected $939,536,000. There have been adjustments, the modifications, a decrease, which means refunds or decreases to the tax roll, of $107,542. That leaves outstanding taxes at the end of May of $3,135,000. That represents 23.05 collections. The year before, in May 1920, we had collected only 15.89%. That is 7% higher than last year. So on the prior year collections, the collections of those taxes have been very well. Any questions? That is the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Item C, presentation by the delinquent tax attorneys firm, Purdue, Brandon, Filger, Collins, and Mott LLP, annual collection report for the period from September 1st, 2020 through May 31, 2022. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we have partner Iram A. Gutierrez, who will be making the presentation to the board. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, President Cuellar, honorable members of the board, Dr. Canales. Again, my name is Iram Gutierrez, a partner with the Purdue, Brandon, Fuller, Collins, and Mott, and I manage the local office. And I'm presenting the first 9 months of fiscal 2020-21, that being September 1st, 2020 through May 31st, 2021. The collections program for Weslaco ISD is designed with an emphasis on working with your delinquent taxpayers to resolve their delinquent tax problem. To that end, our local call center has handled over 2,700 phone calls involving delinquent tax accounts with Weslaco ISD. We also conduct mass mailings during this period. We have sent over 8,300 specialized notices of delinquency to your delinquent taxpayers. We also conduct property inspections when the letters and the calls don't work. We actually go visit taxpayers, and during this period, we have conducted 235 property inspections at Weslaco ISD. When we contact the taxpayers, they're not always able to pay in full, so we do enter into payment agreements when they cannot pay in full. During this period, we have entered into 57 payment agreements involving over $149,000 in base tax owed to the school district. When all those efforts don't have the desired effect, we do proceed to litigation, unfortunately. During this period, we have filed 100 original petitions or interventions involving over $1,080,000 in base tax owed to the school district. Once we take a judgment, we still try to work with the taxpayers. We try to contact them. We put signs on the properties. We try to avoid putting the property up for sale because once we do that, it adds additional cost. You got sheriff's fees. You've got notice fees. And so we try to avoid that. So we go out and put notices on the properties. But again, when all of those efforts do not have the desired effect, we do put properties up for sale. And during this period, that is, we put up 14 properties up for tax sale. Of those 14 properties that we put up for tax sale, 3 entered into payment agreements involving over $7,200 in base tax owed to the school district. 2 properties were struck off. That means that there were no winning bids, so the properties became the property of the taxing entities, involving over $8,000 owed to the school district. And 11 properties were sold, involving over $55,000 in base tax owed to the school district. We also represent you in bankruptcies. During this period, we've filed 3 new proofs of claims for taxes that were 2019 and prior. And there was over $1,600 in base tax owed to the school district for that period. Now, if you switch over to page, I'm sorry, do you have access to the actual graphs?
Yes.
We do. The collections for this period, these 9 months, we have collected over $939,000 in base tax owed to the school district, and an additional $413,000 in penalties and interest, for a grand total of $1,352,000 owed to the school district. The next graph, the last graph, is a comparison of this 9 months with the prior 9 months of the prior fiscal year. If you can see on the graph, in the 2019-2020 fiscal year, the percentage of collections for that 9 months was 15.89% of the delinquent tax roll. During 2020-21, we have collected 23.05% of the delinquent tax roll, an increase of 17.16% of the delinquent tax roll. Now, if you turn that into dollars collected, this year we're at $939,000. During the same period the prior fiscal year, the school district was at $607,000. So an increase over $330,000 in base tax owed to the school district. So it's approximately 54% increase in dollars collected for the school district. Well, that's the report that I have for you, and I'd like to open it up for any questions that you may have. Ms. Seca?
No, you guys are doing a great job collecting.
Thank you very much.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we're open for any suggestions or any advice. Please feel free to contact us.
Good work.
Thank you very much.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, huh?
No, I'm
Thank you,
good.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Great. Item 11, discussion and possible action item. A, discussion and possible action to approve the optional flexible school day program for the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Canales?
The Texas Education Agency allows districts in Texas to provide flexible hours and days for attendance for students in any grades who have dropped out of school or at risk of dropping out. This is a program that we implemented in all our schools in Weslaco ISD that includes high schools, middle, elementary, and disciplinary alternative education programs. This was part of the superintendent's report. We are seeking your approval for the optional flexible day program, OFSDP, for this upcoming school year.
I'll move
So
to
moved.
approve. I have a
Second.
Motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by
Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez. Andrew. Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez, second by Mr. Gonzalez, to approve the optional flexible day program for 2021-2022. Any discussion? Okay, if we have none, then take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita.
Aye.
Dr. Hammond.
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Dos Santos.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Now, Mr. Trevino still is not, okay. Item B. Okay, motion carries. Item B, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the memorandum of understanding between Weslaco Independent School District and Hidalgo County Juvenile Probation Department for the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 school years. Dr. Canales.
We want to continue our partnership with the Hidalgo County Juvenile Probation Department to coordinate educational services to juveniles assigned to the facility here in Weslaco. The facility serves a maximum population of 40 nonviolent at-risk males between the ages of 13 and 17 years of age. So they're provided instructional support, and it's kind of like a military structured program that addresses self-discipline, mental health issues, and educational needs. And we've been a partner for a number of years. We're seeking your approval to continue.
Motion.
A motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve. And a second by Mr. Nieto. For the approval of the memorandum of understanding between Weslaco Independent School District and the Hidalgo County Juvenile Probation Department for the 2021-2022, 2022-2023 school years. Any discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Ustaita?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item C, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's professional errors and omissions insurance, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP 20-08-31. Dr. Canales.
Last year, the district conducted an RFP process for errors and omissions insurance. AIG, as submitted by Shepherd Walter King, was awarded the proposal with an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms. This would be a second renewal option. The only difference to note is the deductible increase on the school entity employment practices liability increased from $50,000 to $100,000. AIG is also offering a 10-month renewal option to coincide with the district's new fiscal year, which is coming later. This board meeting later in time. The overall premium decreased by approximately $10,000. So we're recommending that we renew the district's professional errors and omission insurance with AIG through Shepherd Walter King Insurance Group, or that you authorize us to solicit proposals for this. We do have Mr. De La Rosa here.
Coach Guerra, I'm going to abstain from the next 2 items.
The next 2 items? Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
This item and the following.
I believe the recommendation is to renew.
It is to renew, right?
Yes.
I move to renew the omissions and insurance with AIG through Shepherd Walton King Insurance Group.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nieto to renew.
Correct. I'll second that.
And a second by Dr. Rodriguez to renew the district's fleet liability, the professional errors and omissions insurance.
Correct.
Do we have any discussion?
I guess my only question would be here on the chart, the graph that we have. Under renewal, we have the premium, and then we have 10-month premium, right? And then the current, it doesn't have a 10-month premium?
Well, the premium for 12 months is $51,000 if we were to renew for 12 months. But to coincide with our new fiscal year, they gave us a 10-month renewal, which came out to $38,435.
Okay. That's all the question I had.
Okay, do we have any more discussion?
Okay. The only thing is the deductible is increasing from $50,000 to $100,000, correct?
Only on the school employment practices liability.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Is there a reason why, I mean, does he do this to all the districts or?
They're all individually underwritten. So this
Okay.
particular plan, this was kind of like they're no longer offering a $50,000 deductible across the board to anybody for school employment practices liability. And this is if, we were to get sued for somebody wrongful termination or anything employment related. So that just went up across the board for everyone
Okay.
for that product.
Further discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Saita?
Aye.
Dr. Hammond?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D, discussing the possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's fleet liability and cargo, general liability, crime and law enforcement insurance, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for same RFP 19-07-40. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we are recommending that you approve the renewal from Travelers Public Entity Group as submitted by Shepherd Walter King Insurance Group, SWK, for fleet insurance, liability, and cargo general liability, crime, and law enforcement insurance. Mr. LaRosa is here if you should have any questions.
There's increase across the board, right, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir. There is an increase in the general liability insurance that increased by approximately 42%. The commercial auto increased by approximately 22%, for an overall package increase of approximately 39% increase. On the commercial auto and the general liability increases, those are a result of market conditions that are going on right now. The price of insurance is going up. And it also reflects on our loss history. Approximately through the past 5 years, we've been at a 305% loss ratio. So in a nutshell, what that means is if we were at 100%, if we're at 100% loss runs, then if we paid, $10,000 in premium, then the company paid $10,000 in claims. So the company has actually paid more claims than we paid in premium.
I see here that they gave a pandemic credit under the commercial auto for this last year.
For last year.
That kind of helped out with
For
the
last
price.
year, yes, ma'am.
But this year, they're not giving.
This year,
any
no, because
pandemic
we're
credit.
expecting to be,
Back to normal.
back to normal full operations.
Okay.
I think you're pretty confident that this would be the better route to go.
I'm very confident this is definitely the recommendation.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Dr. Jaime moves to approve that we renew the districts. Do we have a second?
Second.
Jackie? Seconds. To consider the renewal of the district fleet liability and cargo, general liability, crime, and law enforcement insurance. Okay. Was there any discussion? Any further discussion on that? If not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Statham?
Aye.
Dr. Ham?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And you're gonna abstain, Andrew? Motion carries. Item E, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of proposal award for pharmacy benefit management services for the district self-funded employee benefit program, RFP 21-07-36. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we're recommending that you approve the proposal from the top-ranked firms as discussed during the board workshop. Mr. De La Rosa can provide clarification.
So we had, during the workshop, Valley Risk Consulting evaluated the proposals and made the presentation to you. So the top two firms were Prime Therapeutics, which is the incumbent, and Araya RX.
Make a
So
motion to approve Araya.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Statham to approve Araya. We have a second?
Second.
If we have a second by Mr. Nieto to approve the Araya medical benefit
correct, Araya,
for the pharmaceutical.
pharmacy benefit manager.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Yeah,
well,
that's
there-
option number one being, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Marcos.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Option number one being the Prime Therapeutics, the incumbent. That's option number one in the summary of comparative cost scale, right?
Correct.
Okay, with the Blue Cross Blue Shield. And this is what you were describing. Can you kind of go over again? Because I'm looking at Araya and I'm looking at Blue Cross Blue Shield. I know there were option 1 and 2 and both of them were possible recommendations, but with your expertise, where I'm seeing as far as the total administrative cost versus the other, can you kind of go over that again as far as our options?
So Araya is charging us an administrative cost, to every time someone fills a prescription, they charge us a fee. And I believe it's $4, I believe, or $3. Okay. So what we're doing is we're paying for transparency. On the flip side, on the Prime Therapeutics proposal, we are charged, I believe, a $2 admin fee. Okay. But again, the Prime Therapeutics proposal, they keep all rebates and apply them as a credit to our Blue Cross and Blue Shield administrative fees. Whereas the Araya proposal, we pay a little bit more of an admin fee, but however, we keep all of the rebates. So we'll have to see whether they even out at the end, whether we make more money going this route. The Araya proposal does offer us a little more flexibility and a little more opportunities to think out of the box. For example, the overseas pharmacy program that we've spoken about before. But then a con for the Araya proposal is anytime we change, there's always going to be some disruption. I mean, but that's what we work, through our office and through the new PBM to make sure that everybody, gets taken care of at the end. The prime, again, they do a good job, but again, not as much opportunity for transparency and thinking outside of the box. But again, minimal to actually no disruption, because we would just be picking up where we left off.
So Araya, this is the reason why they're going to reimburse us. The cash goes back into our insurance account,
Correct.
as opposed to Blue Cross does not come back.
Whatever rebates that we receive, they go to a credit to our administrative fees from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So, we never see that money in the bank. At the end of the day, though,
It's a credit. We still get the credit though with option one. It's still credited coming back to our total cost or fees.
right. So it's kind of like a deduction. So
Now my next question, I'm trying to grasp it all between the two, because like you said, one comes back in, one doesn't. Now you talk about the pharmaceuticals, the overseas with Araya. Is that something that we have that we choose, or is that something that's automatic and we choose them?
no, that's something that we would have to bring back to the board later on. But they do facilitate that program. They are in McAllen ISD and they are in Sherryland ISD. And those they're already implemented the overseas pharmacy program. Again, it's an entity that's separate and apart, but Araya will facilitate and administer versus Prime, where they would not.
Would it be fair to ask, based on historical data, what is the previous rebate amount that we would see?
I would have to get that for you and put it in an update. I don't have it right off the top of my head, but anywhere from $3 to $4 million. It depends on how many prescriptions are dispensed, because again, every time you see those commercials for like AstraZeneca and all those prescriptions are assigned, or those typical drugs are assigned rebates. And that's to incentivize PBMs to put them on their preferred list, or to put them on their formulary list. For another one, maybe they get no rebates. That's going to be a non-formulary drug. And there's been a lot of talk over the years about, doing away with that, because eventually those rebates, if you will, they're built into the cost of the drug. So in essence, we're already paying for it. So, but, again, that's just been ongoing conversations, at the federal level.
So Mr. Leros, I'm taking a leap of faith and hoping Araya does a great job, but in case, we're not happy, when can we try somebody else again? Next year? Is it 1 year? Or
1 year.
1 year.
And they have been in the district before, and they have done a good job for us in the past.
Mike, and what's the difference between the two again, as far as cost?
Well, we're going to pay for the cost of the drug. Okay. What we're paying for with Araya is we're paying for transparency, because we want to retain those rebates, and we want to be able to see and make sure that everything's on the up and up. Not to say that Prime is not, but we're paying for transparency when we do that. So, and again, the opportunity to, think outside the box, think of more, interesting ways to, keep the costs down for our employees when it comes to prescription drugs.
Yeah. High quality service and cost effective.
Exactly.
So again, Araya's at 243 and Prime is at 94. If I'm looking at this right, it's too small.
Yeah.
Like a red flag, you mean it's concerning to see a number that small?
I mean,
Oh, your eyesight.
my doctor
Oh,
over there
okay.
needs to up the prescription.
Now, the administrative fee per transaction for like Araya, it's at $4.
Mhm.
Does that have a set limit? Because I already see there's an amount here in annual total. Is that a set limit? Is that projected?
That's projected based
So-
on the number of,
so it
based on
could
the historical
exceed
number of
that.
prescriptions.
Because I guess that would be one concern there, because they have an administrative fee per transaction already projected at $4, and they have a certain, I don't want to say the amount. Well, you actually showed it's 197, but that could actually increase even higher.
Depending on the number, if
The
we
use-
start
the usage.
dispensing a bunch of scripts,
Right.
it could go higher. That's correct.
And the only difference with Blue Cross is that with Blue Cross, there is no transaction fee. So it has, am I seeing that correctly? There's no transaction fee at all? Administrative fee per transaction.
I believe it's $2. And
Okay.
again, I need to
On
talk
here
to my
it's-
optometrist also. And make sure.
$2, the one on top? Okay. The PEPM?
Shots fired.
Sounds like that.
Shots fired. But you see where I'm
So,
getting at. So I
Roger, are you listening? Did you want to chime in on that?
So hold on.
Sure. If I may say,
Hold on.
If y'all can hear me.
Hold on, Roger. So again, if we're gonna make the switch, you know, in the rebates that we receive, is it gonna really offset the cost that I'm looking at right now? I guess is my question.
It should offset and more, and I'll let Roger chime in on that.
Sure, again, President Cuellar and Dr. Canales and members of the Board of Trustees. Again, what we're looking at, if you look at all the proposals, the offers that we got, they all either have a transaction fee that's almost similar to the competitor, or an admin fee. In this case, you have a lower admin fee, which is being offered by the incumbent Blue Cross or Prime Therapeutics, and then you have transaction fees or admin fees. But in a nutshell, what happens is you're exchanging traditional PBMs for a transparent PBM. So the behavior, they're trying to behave as transparent, but they're trying to embed their contract in the ASO agreement, which would then cause it to be encumbered totally by the ASO agreement and not a separate agreement to where we can actually audit that program. So you want to have that audit so you can account for the rebates that you have coming to you. So we don't know whether the rebates are correct or not because we can't actually audit that program to see exactly how much they kept and how much was owed to us. So all they're doing is accrediting your program rather than giving us a line-by-line item for each individual drug that was dispensed. So in essence, you're exchanging one for the other.
Thank you, Roger.
Yes, sir.
I guess the other thing to consider also, thinking as if I was an employee, how much work is it going to be to transition to a new PBM? If we already have all the prior authorizations in place, how much work is that going to be for the employee, for those who, some of them might be on quite a few medications, and to start that process all over again. That's another issue to think about.
Again, it's not going to be there will be some disruption. Okay. I can't stand here and say there will be none. There will be some, but again, there was a period of time in the past where we would change PBMs every year. So, most 95% of the information does transfer over, but again, some does get.
The ARIA is going to keep things.
The benefit structure,
continuous.
the
We don't have
benefits
to go back and reinvent the wheel, right?
No, the benefit structure stays the same as far as we don't have, I'm going to say we don't have an unlimited benefit plan. There are some things that are in place to help curb the cost. For example, prior authorization. You're not going to walk into a pharmacy with if you're a newly diagnosed diabetic, you're not going to walk into a pharmacy with a script for Trulicity. I mean, it's just not going to happen. You're going to get metformin, and you're going to basically, the doctor has to prove that you need to take this more expensive drug. And that happens, regardless of what PBM you have, because if we just had a wide open pharmacy benefit system, then every time they see commercials for all these drugs that you see on TV, they're going to run to their doctor and say, well, I want that. And that doctor doesn't care. They'll give it to them, but there's got to be, wait a minute, are there other drugs that are less expensive that do the same thing? There are other drugs that maybe are less expensive that you have not tried, that you need to try. So there's a lot of measures that are in place to make sure that we keep control of the costs. But at the end of the day, if an employee really needs a medication, they're going to get the medication. We have some individuals that take drugs that are $15,000, $25,000, and $30,000 a month that we pay. So
that's my concern, especially with that diabetes, like I said before, we had concerns before where we had employees that went without medications for months at a time or were denied, certain medications.
That should not happen. As far as insulin goes, there are different types of insulins and different types of, there are different types of insulins, just like there's different types of
I understand
insulins.
all that. My concern is the RIA going to take care of those issues?
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
And they've been here before, so they know
Mike,
how they work.
and just to clarify, I understand the step therapy. If they've already done that, if they already established that step therapy, through the previous PBM,
Mhm.
they're not gonna have to reestablish that again with the writer, or are they gonna just go back and start again?
Everything should transfer over either with the PBM or at the pharmacist's office. So 9 times out of 10, the pharmacy will get it and run it through the new PBM. And if there's an issue where the prior authorization didn't transfer over, it's just a matter of the pharmacist does most of the work in contacting the PBM and say, hey, we have a prior authorization on file. Here it is. They get it. They look at it. Okay, great. Off we go. In the circumstances where it's not, and even when we switched over to Prime, we'd get a call from an employee that said, well, I used to take this medication and now they're denying. So what I do is I go back and I look and I say, okay, this employee was taking this and, this dosage, and I'll let the PBM know, say, look, there's already a PA on file. And then what happens in that time is the PBM will contact the pharmacist, the provider, and get another copy of that prior authorization. So when those issues come up, they're dealt with very, very quickly.
As long as they're dealt quickly and they don't have to inconvenience, the employee.
Certainly. And a new PBM that comes in, they're going to want to keep disruption at a minimum because they don't want, individuals. They want to do a good job. They want to stay here. So they're going to do everything they can to get the issue solved. But again, of course, you will have those employees that say, I want Trulicity. Well, you're not going to get Trulicity just yet because it's about $3,000, every month.
But if they were already on it.
If they're on it, they had it, or if they meet the steps to get it, then they'll get it.
So does that all make sense, Andrew?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm asking your opinion.
Oh. I'm looking at cost one and see if we make up that money on the back end. But kind of like Coach Guerrero and Dr. Heimer have mentioned, because we did get the calls when we switched, and a lot of it was the diabetics. And so I don't want to put you on a spot where you're going to guarantee it, but it better be within a week.
Oh, they're
or
done.
A few days, because some, when we made the switch, took longer than a week.
And there was a lot of disruption. I don't know if you remember, we changed PBMs every year, practically. So there does need to be some continuity.
And again, going back to Ms. Jackie's comment, is if it's not working out, then we'll bring it up and we'll go out for more.
So, the employees are not going to be seeing an increase in cost in their medicines or anything like that.
Oh, no.
Right?
The difference is, like I mentioned during the workshop, I go in with my pharmacy card, I go get my script, and I pay my copay, whether it's, $10, $20, or $30. That's my copay. The difference is that we're paying for the drug on the back end, what the district is actually paying.
Okay. So it's a win-win situation because
The employee shouldn't see a difference at all.
Okay.
They're going to get a new card, and it's going to be the same Blue Cross and Blue Shield card. It's just going to have a different information for the pharmacy information on it. And in the case where if there is a delay, and there shouldn't be, we'll put something on the website and say, hey, this is your temporary ID card. If you need drugs, use this. And like I said, we've changed.
And now getting those rebates back, how will that positively affect our account balance?
So what I'll do, I wasn't able, because of the holiday, I wasn't able to present the insurance slide because we're still waiting for data, and that would have added probably some more time. But you'll see that we're up in pharmacy costs that we're paying for drugs about 30%. So we need to, take some action to try and, bring that down, because at the end of the day, if we have to pay more money for drugs, the district can only fund so much. So then it's going to have to go back to the employees. We'll have to, increase employee contributions. Right. And at one time we used to be 0 employee contributions for the baseline. You probably remember that.
Yes.
When you were here. And just because of the cost of healthcare, the cost of drugs, we've had to increase the district's contribution and the employee contributions. Now we're at, I believe, $27 for the base plan, 26 and change. But that's still in comparison to other districts. Edinburgh, I believe, is at 60. McAllen's at 80. So that's a lot of money for an employee who makes, $15 an hour.
I have 2 questions. The first one being, I know you mentioned transparency. I don't know how much detail you can go into, but what's the difference when you said that? You said transparency as far as rebates, so we'd have more oversight to audit or look at?
We can make sure. One of the things that Mr. Garza mentioned was the spread. Okay, so an employee might, we might get charged $100 for a drug, but they'll only reimburse the pharmacy $80. Okay, where is that $20? Okay, where is that money going? on a full transparent plan like that, we'll be able to see, okay, we'll get reports. We paid this much for this drug, and this is how much the pharmacist got reimbursed, and this is how much the admin fee was. So there's really very little error for any type of spread to be hidden in there.
Okay. And then my second question was just, I know we talk about the quality and the service and people not having to start over again with their prescriptions and whatnot, as long as they meet the steps. And just to be transparent, like I know we're gonna, depending on how the votes go, but with the Araya, it's significantly higher as far as upfront projected admin costs and then the per transaction costs. But with the rebates, you said we should still see a significant return.
Yes. Again, we're paying for transparency. That's what we're doing, because the PBM, like anybody else, they need to make money.
Right.
They need to be able to cover their costs and be able to make a profit. So they're saying we're going to charge you $4. The Prime is saying we're going to charge, I believe it was $2 admin fee. But at the end of the day, we don't know what's going on between Prime and Blue Cross as far as the spread costs go.
And with Prime, did you ever run an impact report?
We have, again, we're a lot, we just, the data that we've seen as far as what we're paying more, the price of drugs has increased, right? But we're looking at it anywhere from like a 25 to 30% increase over last year. So that's significant, but it's really hard to dive down and audit that because they won't release us the data. They'll give it to us, but it's proprietary. So we can't send it off to a third party and say, is this, every month I get a report and I'll see how much we paid for certain drugs. I say, okay, I'll find, and I'm going to use Alenia. Okay, that's a drug that I took at one time. So I paid for it, or I used my pharmacy benefit cards, and the cost of the plan was $600. That's how much the plan reimbursed us, or that's how much the district reimbursed the PBM for that drug. But my wife has a high deductible high plan, so she had to pay cash. So she paid $400 for the same drug, and the plan reimbursed $600. So that's where you see, and I spot check drugs, and I'll check what we paid for it versus what I find it online, like the cash price. And half of them are significant. There's some significant, but I have not been able to, Mr. Gonzalez, to do that kind of an impact study.
I think moving forward, I know based on what you're telling us and what Mr. Garza told us as far as transparency, that you can run those type of reports. It just kind of, when we switch year to year, it doesn't look good either. Especially if there's any disruption for our employees. But moving forward, if this is how we go with the motion before us, all I'm asking you in your office is have those lines open in case there is those.
And I can say fairly confidently that the disruption would be minimal.
Okay, well, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto? Aye. Mr. Los Santos? Aye. And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the school resource officer memorandum of understanding, MOU, and interlocal agreement between Weslaco ISD and the city of Weslaco. Dr. Bananas.
Board of Trustees, as part of our district goals, we want safe learning environments. And the mission of the SRO program is reduction and prevention of school-related violence and crime committed by juveniles and young adults. Weslaco ISD and the city of Weslaco wish to prevent acts of violence and vandalism occurring on school campus, which threaten the safety of students, faculty, and administrative personnel, and the security of public property. So there was an initial MOU that was approved on October 2018, and the SROs reported to campuses when schools returned from Christmas break in January of 2019. In October of 2019, an amendment was approved and 2 additional SROs to cover all 4 middle schools. The SRO program has been extremely successful and has received wide support from parents, students, and staff. I was reviewing some surveys from 2017, 2018 from parents. It's one of the things that they had been asking for, safety and security. It was a time across our country where we had seen an escalation of violence, particularly violence in schools, and that was something our parents had talked about. We do have the MOU. for you. It outlines the structure, the operational procedures of the SRO program. The only change is it is a slight increase to the operation cost to account for the pay raise that the city recently approved. So Mr. De La Rosa has been leading this program and was instrumental in developing the partnership with the city for us to partner with them to have SROs.
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez to approve and a second by Dr. Jaime to consider the approval of the school resource officer memorandum of understanding, the MOU, and interlocal agreement between Weslaco ISD and the city of Weslaco. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, I had a question. I read the packet, I saw the program, saw its structure, and I approve and support it. Have we looked at possibly, I know that we're at the high schools and the junior highs. Have we looked at expanding into the elementaries little by little, year after year, and working with the city and providing an SRO in the future? I don't want to say it right now, but in the future at all campuses, is that something that's been looked at, discussed, or not?
We can look at it. The thing is, the city, again, when we took on the additional SROs, the city had to go and hire additional police officers to cover our campuses because, of course, we pay them for 187 days and the city pays them for the rest.
Oh,
so I can tell you that we do have, very good response presence from the law enforcement agencies, whether it be the sheriff's office, the constable's office, DPS, and the sergeant that we're not charged for. They do still roving patrols and do check on elementaries. We can certainly look at it, but the cost might be.
Yeah, no, I think
it might be cost prohibitive.
Yeah, I think it's a great initiative to have that service on a campus. I know as a parent, my kids go to Weslaco ISD. It's great.
And that's why we started with the access control at the elementaries first.
For the entry.
Any further discussion?
No, that was it.
Good. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. Want to call your name? Is you state them?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto? Aye. Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item G. Discussion and possible action to approve the presentation of findings from the forensic audit be made in open session in compliance with district policies and guidelines. Dr. Fernandez.
Board trustees, our trustee Barcos Los Santos requests to place this item on the agenda, so it's up for your discussion and action.
Well, I guess I'll start. I requested this item only because like we talked about earlier when we're looking over the costs, we have a forensic audit that's been taking place. It initiated in mid-spring, and that I know that we've been getting reports with minimal information, but we've been getting reports on the progress, and it has been extended. It was supposed to end after about 6 to 8 weeks, and then it got extended and extended due to findings and investigations and whatnot. Now we're at that point from the last time that we met with Weaver that they were stating that the report would be ready, or at least part 1 would be ready at the end of July, possibly, maybe beginning of August. So I was trying to be proactive. I know we have a break coming up. People will be gone. We come back, we're going right into August. And I really want to address the forensic audit as soon as possible. And so I said, I wanted to be proactive and have this meeting so that we can discuss how the findings are going to be presented, because in the past, when Weaver has done other school districts, I've seen that they've done it in open forum. Of course, if there is items that are criminal, they'll be redacted from the report, and those will be then up to the district to decide on what they want to move forward with. But the rest of the audit has been presented in open session. And that's something that I wanted to bring up and discuss, because that audit is paid for by taxpayers. And I believe that they should have easy, accessible access to it. Not only it be presented in open session, but I've seen that other districts as well, once they've had a forensic audit, have had it posted on their website. So it's easily accessible in a PDF format so that they can download it and review it and have access to it. And so that's why I wanted to put this topic up for discussion today, so that way as a board, we can discuss it and see whether it's something that we approve and want to move forward with, or does anybody else have any alternatives? Because that's the way I've seen it in the past done for other school districts.
I see, for example, on another letter here in our agenda item on letter L, we were discussing setting up a meeting date for a public hearing on the budget. So maybe something like that to set up a date, even though we don't know exactly when the audit firm will be ready. But if we can shoot for end of July or something to set up a meeting date. And that's going to be the day of, whatever findings they can give us, even if it's the first part, like you said. That would be a good idea, just to already have it set in the calendar.
You
Is it a summer?
You can request a special board meeting,
Yeah.
notify the board members when they'll be available and then present it.
So do we want to word this agenda item as when the audit is complete?
Right.
You
And
have
with the
it,
final draft, because we're going to be receiving a rough draft pretty soon. But the final Wednesday, the board will receive.
Tomorrow?
Right, well, tomorrow, we will receive the rough draft. But once the final draft is ready and they're ready to present, that one, I just want to be proactive and say, okay, we're going to do it in public. It's going to be a public session. Whatever needs to be redacted because of whatever issues, that'll be redacted. And then that way, once he gives the call, we call a special board meeting, but I don't want to have a meeting to have the meeting because I think that when whatever findings come out of that report, we can address it, take care of it, and then we can move on and start the new school year. And that's kind of why I wanted just to discuss it now, that way we don't have to drag into August and then also the upcoming new school year.
So do we need to make a motion to have that?
I wanted, well, I guess I can make the motion that I think the forensic audit should be presented in open session.
Second.
And posted online.
Okay, the motion by Mr. Dos Santos and second by Dr. Rodriguez to approve the presentation of findings from the forensic audit be made in open session in compliance with district policy and guidelines.
Coach, again, but
Subject to the redacts.
yeah,
Subject to the redacts.
as long as we follow the
Subject
HIPAA.
to any redactions. Usually what Weaver's done in the past is when they present to the district, they'll redact certain areas that may be criminal. So not saying that our audit has that, but that's usually their protocol and that's what they'll do.
Okay, so what I just worded, and then we're gonna add to that.
Right.
Subject to,
Redacts.
what's the word again?
Redact.
React. Okay.
And yeah, the other statement is in compliance with district policies and guidelines.
Yes.
That's on the
Okay.
agenda item.
Is there any further discussion today?
Will we set up a date on the calendar later and not today?
Once we know the final report's ready? Yes, I think so.
Yes,
Or like
we
a
can,
special
yes,
workshop, like you
yes,
said?
yes, we
But
can,
that'll be
we can,
determined by,
we can poll the board, President Glenn, as soon as we know that the final draft is coming and we have the date, we can poll the board and get a special called board meeting.
okay, we'll address it at the time, but right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna vote to approve that it be made public. Correct?
And on the
Okay.
website.
Is there any more discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto? Aye. Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item H, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of additional portable air cleaning units for use in school libraries, cafeterias, and gymnasiums. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we're asking for a total of 140 units in addition to the original purchases of 1,100 in March 2021. We've done a more thorough class recount, and it was determined that some classrooms had not been in the original classroom counts. Additionally, we would like to cover school cafeterias, libraries, and gyms, and these will need at least 2 large units. The devices will be identical to the ones already purchased, which use the HEPA filtration system, which is the system you want to have according to the Centers for Disease Control. Price has increased by about 9% since we ordered the other ones, and the total, the cost of the unit was $1,590 in March 2021. So the total cost for this item, the unit cost, let me go there first, is $1,740, and the total cost would be $243,600, but this will get us covered all classrooms and common spaces.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Mr. Santos moves to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gonzalez. 2, consider approval for the additional portable air cleaning units for the use in school libraries, cafeteria, gymnasiums. Is there any discussion?
My only question, because I had asked about this before, and I had said, are we gonna need any more? We said no. But none are needed in the hallways, correct, Mr. Garza? I had asked you last time if we needed any more through those high traffic areas, like the hallways, and so we don't need any
So
Or anymore?
we're looking at it, Mrs. Taita.
Okay.
I know we're working on it for the update. We do have few campuses, not the entire, there's a few campuses where we have the air conditioning systems that are standalone for hallway spaces. But it's not the entire district. And so we're assessing that in some areas where the hallways, maybe, for example, school at gym, we have a unit for that main lobby area.
Right.
But that main lobby area's got two exterior doors, so there's a lot of ventilation that takes place in that. So in that setting, we would need it. Plus, we're also looking at the fact that all classrooms and common areas are going to have the HEPA filtration devices. And so, essentially the entire campus is going to be already cleaned, per se. Also the traffic in the hallways is minimal. Whenever there's a congestion in the hallways, it's typically to go from class to class. It's about 5 minutes or so that we're going to have congestion in that setting as well. So we're looking at all those factors and to come up with the best possible decision. If we do have some, it's going to be very minimal.
Okay,
Yes.
so possibly we might have a couple more.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Any further
Thank
discussion?
you.
Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Staker?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Yedlin? Aye. Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item I. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of administration ranking. Proposals for the installation of 24 poles with LED light fixtures at the Athletic Street Middle School. CSP number 21-07-38. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we're asking that you approve administration's ranking of the proposals received for the site lighting poles at Garza Middle School. The constituents' approval of administration to start negotiations with the contractor ranked number 1, that's Zetro Electric, located in Palm View, Texas. If negotiations cannot be agreed on with contractor rank number 1, the district will end negotiations with contractor rank number 1 in writing and will start negotiations with the contractor rank number 2, and so forth. Negotiations can't be reached with contractor rank number 2. We will move on to try negotiations with contractor number 3.
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve and a second by Mr. Gonzalez. For the approval of the administration rankings of the proposals for the installation of 24 poles with LED light fixtures at the Athletic Garza Middle School. CSP number 21-07-38. Any discussion?
I'll have to abstain because this is our line of work,
Okay.
but can I give an opinion about what I think, or am I not allowed? I don't know how it works. I can?
Mhm.
Okay, because we work with all these are all our customers. Zitro and Facility Solutions Group are number 1, number 2. The only difference that I'm seeing here is the total project cost, which is very minimal. Days to complete, 150, 160. Is that the reason why they were ranked higher, because of the number of days to complete? I don't know. Is it because of the number of days?
So there are several criteria, Mr. Staita, that we're looking at. And so FSG received very few points on proposed personnel, which is one of the criteria. And also we're looking at the safety record was another one. And then we're looking at the favorable and unfavorable references that they submitted, they provided. And so they did not list any contacts. They listed projects that they have done, but no contact information for anyone. And so that criteria put them below.
Okay. Yes, we work with both of them, and I think that, I don't want to say who's a better customer, but FSG is definitely, they're charging lower, but I think they work really well. But that's only my opinion. But yes, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, well, in this case, it was the way they submitted the proposal, which essentially you could call it almost incomplete because of what the requirements,
Yeah. The way they
the
submit it.
criteria that we have. So they didn't have that information.
Okay. Either one, they're all good. I was just seeing the lower cost. That's all.
And also one other bit of information is that what does help us is that we're asking for approval to negotiate with the top rank. And so there's still some room there to work with the top rank.
Great. Any further discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Strickler, you got a abstain?
Abstain.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Dos Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item J, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to upgrade the services for hotspots if needed for the 2021-2022 school year to support learning recovery. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, we're asking for you to recommend, to approve, we're recommending for you to approve the upgrade services of 2,573 internet hotspots on a one-year subscription from T-Mobile to be used by students to support learning recovery. So Mr. Martinez is here to answer any questions you may have about this item.
I'll move to approve.
Second, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve and a second by Mr. Nieto. Correct. To consider approval to upgrade the services for hotspots if needed for the 2021-2022 school year to support learning recovery. Any discussion?
Yes, I had a question. How are you gonna identify, like, are we gonna target, of course, the most at need as far as the students that do not have any connectivity at all? And how would that be identified, or how is the distribution and implementation and use of these hotspots going to take place?
I mean, like this past year, these 2,573 hotspots we had received with a grant, the T-Mobile 10 million grant. So that was last year. So now they have a limited bandwidth of 100 meg. So what I'm asking here is to go use those and go unlimited for right now. Now, I know the plan is to go face to face, and we're still going with that. If anything changes, I have another 2,600 that I'll probably ask back to renew those contracts. This one, we have these for 5 years. So all I'm doing is upgrading from 100 meg to unlimited.
Okay.
So, and this is kind of like a phase one. This ECF funding, it's $2.7 billion kind of set aside for, it's called Emergency Connectivity Fund. So it's separate from the ESSER fund that Mr. Garlick was going. And I haven't told him yet, but if what we can also do with this funding, I can ask for more Chromebooks. So I can release some of his funds that I was asking in ESSER and purchase it with the ECF funding. So so if I do need more, the problem is the application deadline is August 13th. So I'm just kind of starting to bring it up. And I know you might say, well, the sooner we get the application in, or we have a better chance. Well, the way they're going to rank everything is the percentage. We have at the highest percentage eligible for the district. So we have a very, very, very good chance to get whatever I need. So I will be asking more just to see, but we also have we have to meet all the stipulations, make sure I have all my ducks in line, because I have to show the need and I have to prove that and I hold it for the next 10 years. And it's only 1 year funding. So, I mean, for Chromebooks and all that, I am going to pursue that, but I'll have that data after the break for you. So this one is just for the 2573 Chromebook or hotspots.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, take it to vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Statham?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Dos Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item K, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the annual review of the district's investment policy. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, Board Policy Section CDA Legal requires you to review the investment policy and strategies not less than annually. Administration has reviewed the policy and has determined that there have been no changes for this year. The board must also adopt a written instrument stating that it has reviewed the investment policy. Board Policy Section CDA Local emphasizes the following concerning district investments. The first one is safety and investment management, which goal of this is to ensure its safety and maximize financial returns within current market conditions in accordance with policy. No individual investment transaction shall be undertaken that jeopardizes the total capital position of the overall portfolio. The second one is liquidity and maturity. An internally created pool funding group of the district shall have a maximum dollar weighted maturity of 180 days. The maximum allowable stated maturity of any other individual investment owned by the district shall not exceed 1 year from the time of purchase. The district's investment portfolio shall have sufficient liquidity to meet anticipated cash flow requirements. And the third part is diversity. The investment portfolio shall be diversified in terms of investment instruments, maturity scheduling, and financial institutions to reduce risk of loss resulting from over-concentration of assets in a specific class of investments, specific maturity, or specific issuer. Current investments of Weslaco ISD. Currently, all investments of the districts are held in investment pools. The interest rate on the first public investment pool on Monday, June 28, 2021 was 0.0956%. That is down by 0.5068% from last year, June 30th, 2020. The interest rate on the Texas term investment pool on Monday, June 28th was 0.03%, down 0.21% from last year on June 30th, 2020. The interest rate on the Tex pool investment pool on Monday, June 28, 2021 was 0.0174%, down 0.1955% from last year on June 30th, 2020. The funds of the pool can be withdrawn in any amount within a day's notice by wire transfer. The current U.S. Treasury bill discount rate as of Tuesday, June 28, 2021 was 0.08% for 1 year, down 0.08% from last year on June 30th, 2020. The interest rate on the Texas National Bank CDs of $1 million for 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months as of June 30th, 2021 are 0.05%, 0.08%, and 0.10% respectively. There is investment training required. The chief financial officer and the investment officer must attend an investment training session not less than once in a 2-year period that begins on the first day of the district's fiscal year and consists of 2 consecutive fiscal years after that date. They have to receive 6 hours of instruction relating to investment responsibilities under the Public Funds Investment Act from an independent source approved by the board or a designated investment committee advising the investment officer. This is according to Government Code 2256.008 A through B. The current board's approval investment officers are listed below, and they have attended the training as required. Mr. Andres Sanchez, our Assistant Superintendent of Business and Finance, attended training in June 1st through 2nd, 2021. Jesse Fonseca, Director of Payroll and Business Operations, attended training on September 25th, 2020. And Sylvia S. Esquivel, Compliance Auditor, attended training on September 25th, 2020. So Mr. Sanchez is here. Mr. Sanchez, if I missed any pertinent points that you need to stress at this time, please stress them.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve. Second by Mr. Nieto to consider the approval of the annual review for the district's investment policy. Is there any discussion?
I just have a question for the regular non-investment people like me. So we're getting this money from our employees. Where are we getting this money? We're investing it, or how does this work?
So this is the money that we get from TA.
Oh, okay. That's the other.
Invested in the pool.
Okay.
And as we need it, we get money. Every time, every week, we run checks. We get money, payroll checks. When we run payroll, for about weekly or monthly, we also get money. And in the meantime, we have it in 3 investment pools.
Okay.
Which is for Dr. Canales, we're reading the rate for. One of the things to emphasize, with the policy allows us to have certain types of investments, like commercial paper, for example, or treasury bills, government agencies, instruments that we can invest in. Right now, the rates are very, very low. The investment pools are very better. Well, that's why I mentioned the rates available on the CDs for the 1 year, and it's 0.09%. We get that amount at the pool. And the other one, we got the money for a year. The CDs at the bank are 5, 7, and 9%. It's for 6, 9, and 12 months. So the money is tied up, and we get the same amount. In the pool, we get 0.09%, and we get the money anytime. If we pay it tomorrow, we pull it today. We just got to request it early enough so we get it before the end of the day. So we have it available to pay. So we get it the day before payroll, so we can send it to the banks. Because it's direct deposit. In the meantime, it's in the pool. One of the items that we need to look at, according to the CDA local policy, is diversification. So we have in 3 different investment pools. There's one that pays us higher than the other one, so we have more money in that one. And we check with the bank to see the CD rates. So as things get better, we'll have to check with the banks and invest money in CDs so we can have further diversification and hopefully higher rates. But right now, the pools are the best rates.
Pools are the best rates. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other comments or questions?
Any other discussion? Yes, thank you.
There's a document that needs to be signed by the board secretary and board president. Is attached to the third page on the indicating that you look at the policy and we'll discuss the strategies and it's still good. And it's attached to the backup.
And I did review everything, prior to, so.
Okay.
But you were explaining, I'm familiar with, so.
Okay.
It was good.
Yeah, but so far it is.
Yeah.
Because of the conditions, the rates are very low.
But it's all good, so thank you.
Yeah, we've been better, and we hope that soon things start improving. Probably won't be till a year or I don't know. Anybody tells us a year and a half, some people say less, people say more. So better keep it in the pools. As things start getting improving, we can pull it out any day. We can go buy investments in CDs or something else. There you go. But whether or not we're keeping it there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's take this to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Slater?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez. Motion carries. Item L. Discussing the possible action for the board to consider approval to set up a meeting date for a public hearing on the proposed budget and proposed tax rate for fiscal year 2021, 2022. Dr. Bernardes?
Board trustees, we're asking that we set up the meeting, the public hearing on the proposed budget and tax rate for fiscal year 2021, 2022 on Monday, August 23rd, 2021 at 5:15 p.m.
Move to approve. Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto. To approve to set up a meeting date for the hearing on the proposed budget and the proposed tax rate fiscal year 2021, 2022. Any discussion? None, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye. When I call your name. Mrs. Slater?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos? Aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item M, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the administration's recommendation to terminate the interagency agreement between Houston ISD Medicaid Finance and Consulting Services and Weslaco ISD for Medicaid billing and claiming services. Dr. Bernardes.
Board trustees, we've been with this, we've had this interagency agreement with Houston ISD, Medicaid Finance and Consulting Services since the year 2000. This recommendation is being made to allow our district to enter into a contract with a new company which may assist the district in generating a greater amount of reimbursements to the SHARS programs. The agreement with the Houston ISD Medicaid Financing and Consulting Service contains an advanced 60-day notice with or without cause termination clause. So we're asking that you approve the termination of the interagency agreement between Houston ISD, and Weslaco ISD for Medicaid billing and claiming services related to the School Health and Related Services, or SHARS program.
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Spector to approve. And a second by Mr. Gonzalez. To consider the approval of the administration's recommendation to terminate the interagency agreement between Houston ISD Medicaid Finance and Consulting Services and Weslaco ISD for Medicaid billing and claim services. Do we have any discussion? If not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Sustaita.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item N. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the administration's recommendation to approve a contract between Texas Special Education Software Solutions, LLC, BDA, Onward Learning, and Weslaco ISD for Medicaid billing and claiming services, pending review by legal counsel. Dr. Bernard.
Revenues are generated by district-wide special education staff and any contracted service providers that provide services to special education students that qualify for Medicaid services benefits. The district has promised greater follow-up from the recommended company Onward Learning, as well as better usage of technology in order to potentially allow for a greater rate of reimbursement through the SHARS program. We are recommending Board of Trustees that you approve the services agreement between the Texas Special Education Software Solutions, LLC, DBA, Onward Learning, and Weslaco ISD for Medicaid billing and claiming services for the SHARS program and other activities associated with this process, pending the review by legal counsel. So we seek your approval.
Make a motion to approve Onward Learning.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mrs. Saita and a second by Dr. Rodriguez. To consider the approval of the administration's recommendation to approve a contract between Texas Special Education Software Solutions, LLC, PDA, Onward Learning, and Weslaco ISD for Medicaid billing and claiming services, pending review by legal counsel. Do we have any discussion? Let's take it to a vote then. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Saita.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Nieto. Aye. Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
So, okay, motion carried. That takes us to item 12, closed meeting to discuss. A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, employment of personnel, certified professional, and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignations, retirements. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. A, superintendent's recommendation for a position of principal at Memorial Elementary School. B, superintendent's recommendation for a position of principal at A. Tony Rico Elementary School. C, superintendent recommendation for the position of athletic director. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 551.072. C, consultation with attorney regarding a pending or contemplated litigation. B, settle an offer. Or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct for the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. 1, discussion with Weaver and Tidwell, audit representative on progress for a forensic audit. The time now is 9:05, and we will go into closed session. And we're back in open meeting. Item 13. A, possible action if necessary, an item discussed in closed meeting. 1, discussing and possible action on new employment, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Dr. Canales?
I recommend that you approve the new employees for certified professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
We have a motion by Mr.
Gonzalez and a second by the.
Okay. Mr. Los Santos motion and second by Mr. Gonzalez. Let's take it to a vote.
Rippers. He made the motion.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez made the motion. I stand corrected. And Mr. Los Santos, second. We've already had discussion, so we'll just take it to a vote.
Correct.
And signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Susaita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Is Mr. Trevino present?
No.
He had joined the meeting at 9:10, but he's not with us anymore?
Oh,
okay.
He's not on the list.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 2, discussing and possible action on resignations, retirements.
I ask that you approve the resignations and retirements as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Mr. Gonzalez. And second by Mr. Los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Ms. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carried. Number 3, discussing a possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the position of principal at Memorial Elementary School.
Board of Trustees, I'm asking that you approve the new principal of the Memorial Elementary School, and that is Mrs. Celinda Guajardo.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Mr. De Los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 4, discussion and possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the position of principal at A.N. Tony Rico Elementary. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, I'm seeking your approval for the new principal of A.N. Tony Rico Elementary School, and that is Mrs. Jennifer Luna.
I have a motion by Mr. Los Santos,
Second.
second by Mr. Nieto. Signify your approval when I call your name. Ms. Taita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
De Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5, discussion and possible action on superintendent recommendation, position of athletic director, Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, there's no action at this time for this item.
Okay, did we no action item?
Yes, sir.
Do we need to vote on no action? No?
No.
Item 14, adjournment.
So moved.
Okay, the time now is 10:40. We are adjourned.